Continuing our oral hearings into the Treaty Principles Bill. And first up this morning, we have joining us online the Forest and Bird Society. And with us will be Nicola Toki, Richard Capie and Tim Williams, who have all just returned from a brilliant weekend in Methven, I understand. Morning, Nicola. Nice to see you again. I heard your hunting trip went really well yesterday. So we'll get into it straight away. We've got you and the team for 10 minutes this morning. So I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation. We'll go from there.
Tamari koutou. So tēnā koutou katoa, raurangatira mā, ko Nicola Toki tōku ingoa. Thanks for the opportunity to provide evidence to this committee. Obviously, my name is Nicola Toki. I am the Chief Executive of Te Reo o Te Taio, or Forest and Bird. I am joined by my colleagues, Richard Capie and Tim Williams. So Forest and Bird is New Zealand's oldest and largest environmental organisation, and we have thousands of members and supporters across Aotearoa, New Zealand. As a little aside, Forest and Bird has its roots in working with iwi and hapu to achieve better outcomes for nature. So when our founder, Captain Val Sanderson, started Forest and Bird in 1923, over 100 years ago, his approach to conservation was deeply influenced by his respect for Māori knowledge and practices. And he believed that European settlers had sort of misunderstood the natural world of New Zealand, and that adopting a Te Ao Māori worldview of nature could lead to better management and protection of our environment. So we've been at this for a wee while. We submitted against the Treaty Principles Bill because our constitution states that we should take all reasonable steps within the power of our society for the preservation and protection of Indigenous flora and fauna and the natural features of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And we oppose the bill because of three main reasons that fall under this constitutional purpose, and which I will speak to briefly today, ably assisted by Tim and Richard. So first, because the changes proposed by the bill would create significant uncertainty and disruption across the legal and regulatory system that is in place to protect the environment here in New Zealand. Second, because Forest and Bird and others have been able to secure environmental protections through working with iwi and hapu, and these achievements have been possible due to treaty principles. And finally, because Forest and Bird feel that environment protection has improved due to application of treaty principles, as seen through approaches such as Te Mana o Te Wai and Te Mana o Te Taio. Now, as members of Parliament, this Parliament will know, Forest and Bird undertakes legal and advocacy work every day as part of our mahi, and sometimes this is very obviously about the environment. So you'll hear from us, for example, on conservation law reforms, and we've been pretty rowdy about fast-track legislation. Other times, like with this Treaty Principles Bill, the connection might appear less obvious, but it is of significance and importance. So over the past 50 years, New Zealand has been taking tentative steps towards establishing a more sustainable relationship with our natural world. And during this period, some of the work of the Waitangi Tribunal has been influential, casting light on the extent to which treaty breaches have gone hand in hand with the taking and exploitation of New Zealand's natural resources. Some of New Zealand's most progressive and promising environmental policy directions, such as Te Mana o Te Wai and Te Mana o Te Taio, have been supported and guided by treaty principles. And we have seen how key central and local government bodies, such as the Department of Conservation, Ministry for the Environment, and local and regional councils have needed to and have begun to work really effectively in partnership with iwi and hapu on environmental and conservation matters. Today, many important parts of how we approach environmental protection have been informed by treaty principles. For example, much of Forest and Bird's core advocacy work is carried out under the umbrella of the Resource Management Act 1991, the Conservation Act 1987. Both of these important pieces of legislation include treaty principle clauses. And what that means is any changes to treaty principles would have a significant ripple effect across the system that looks after our environment. An example of this is in the Resource Management Act, Section 6E, which recognises the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, water, sites, waihi tapu, and other taonga as a matter of national importance. And the proposed Treaty Principles Bill pulls in a different direction, undermining those ancestral connections and relationships by asserting that the treaty rights of all New Zealanders are the same unless they have been agreed previously in treaty settlements. And that potentially raises the issue of compatibility within the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, which recognises that the rights of minorities might not always be the same as the rights of everyone, but that these minority rights must still be respected. Look, Forest and Bird is very concerned that substantial court time and resources would be needed to resolve these sorts of incompatibilities, which would result in significant costs, uncertainty for all involved, including Forest and Bird, because we obviously rely on the justice system to support and guide the work that we do. This could also risk undermining the effective actions required to protect and restore our natural environment. And we feel strongly that this is something that we can't afford, given that New Zealand faces the twin threats of climate change and biodiversity loss as they ride right up against each other. So we have a particular interest in avoiding, as far as possible, legal uncertainty about how these acts should be interpreted and applied. Secondly, I just quickly want to acknowledge we have quite a track record of working with iwi and hapu across the country, and as an organisation based at place and in communities right across New Zealand, the relationships with iwi and hapu are particularly important for us at Forest and Bird in our local conservation work. And so some examples that speak to this, for example, are we worked with Ngāi Tūhoi in our campaign to end commercial logging of native timber in Te Uruwera, Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Kahungunu to protect wetlands and rivers in the Hawke's Bay. Very proudly worked with Ngāi Tahu and the Department of Conservation back in the late 80s and early 90s to secure New Zealand's Te Wāhi Pounamu World Heritage Site in Fiordland. Motiti Islanders to establish marine protected areas in the Bay of Plenty, and Ngāti Kuta and Te Uri or Hiki to establish marine protected areas in Mimi Whangata and the Bay of Islands. So through this work, we've been able to see how working with iwi and hapu, we have been able to better protect the environment. And finally, we think it is crucial to recognise that this work is underpinned by the role of iwi and hapu as set out in treaty principles. We are worried that this Treaty Principles Bill would undermine the important role that iwi and hapu play in protecting our precious environment. And we know that approaches based in the treaties such as Te Manawa Te Taio and Te Manawa Te Wai have enormous potential to help us rebalance New Zealanders' relationship with the natural world, which is a great risk right now, given how much biodiversity loss that we face in this country, with the goal of enabling both humans and nature to flourish and to prosper. So, we think that undermining approaches such as this will likely result in further harm to our environment and further loss of Indigenous biodiversity. So there are significant risks to the preservation and protection of the Indigenous flora and fauna and the natural features of Aotearoa of this bill proceeding, and that is why we oppose the Treaty Principles Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. We've got time for a couple of questions. The first one will be from Steve Abel and then Todd Stevenson.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Nicola and Forest and Bird, for your excellent submission. I wanted to pick up on point 44. You say the bill displays a narrow focus on property rights, but property rights tend to treat ecosystems and habitats as commodities, which can be understood and treated in purely economic terms. The instrumental rights to use and exclude others, and they generally treat the natural world merely as a collection of commodities to be used, bought and sold. You go on to say there's a wider risk that the bill could accelerate the extraction and export of raw natural resources without proper consideration of treaty obligations and environmental effects. Do you think that this might be the underlying objective of the bill, to remove te tiriti as a barrier to the exploitation of nature, such as mining?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Look, I think what we're facing with the onslaught of law reform at the moment and the way that it is all sort of focused towards a similar end, I don't know, I didn't help draft the bill, but certainly that is a major concern, because we've got death by 1,000 cuts, right? Because if we remove treaty principles that we've just outlined help us protect our natural world, and we've got ministers talking about disposal of stewardship land, which hasn't even been assessed for its natural values, and we've got sneaky little things, kind of getting into the fast track bill at the behest of, as it turns out, ministers, for example, all of those things come to a very sharp precision point, and once those values are lost, we can't retrieve them. So we're trying not to be the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff here. We're trying to be the fence at the top.
Brilliant.
Thank you. We'll go to Todd for the final question.
Thank you, and thanks for the three of you for being here. You mentioned that all rights under the treaty aren't the same, and some, minority rights might be being changed by this bill. Is Forest and Bird, is it its position that the treaty does actually provide different rights for different New Zealanders based on their ancestry?
What I think we're trying to do is absolutely demonstrate the connection that iwi and hapu have had for a long time, many hundreds of years with the natural world in New Zealand. But I might throw to Tim to provide a bit more precision for you.
No, sorry, we don't have time to throw to Tim. Sorry, Nicola, that's the end of the session for this morning. So I just want to, on behalf of the committee, thank you for being with us, and we appreciate your time.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Going to move to a submission now from the Coalition for Human Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Canada. And joining us, we've got Sasha Leong, who's an Indigenous rights advocate. I'll just note for members, we will be quite tight on timing today, just because we've got a lot of submissions to get through, and it's a very long day, so I won't take questions past about 30 seconds remaining. Morena, Sasha, thank you for being with the committee. Thank you for joining us. We've got you for a 5-minute slot this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, hati, Denise-et, Zaka-zet, Sky-zet, Sait-sozi, Sashia Liang. My name is Sashia Liang, and I opened with a traditional introduction in my Wet'suwet'en Indigenous language. It is my privilege to provide the oral submission on behalf of the Coalition for the Human Rights of Indigenous Peoples to the Select Justice Committee on the proposed principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill 94-1. By way of background, the coalition is made up of Indigenous peoples, representative institutions and organizations, human rights organizations, and independent experts from across Canada. The coalition first came together to support the development and adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And since its adoption and subsequent endorsement supports from states, including that of Canada and New Zealand, we have continued to work together to foster public awareness and understanding on the human rights of Indigenous peoples and the Declaration, as well as promote its effective implementation globally and here in Canada. In response to the call for public submissions, the coalition made its submission supporting calls for the immediate withdrawal of Bill 94-1. The bill seeks to arbitrarily reinterpret, redefine, thus undermine Te Tiratiri o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi, and the treaty relationship between New Zealand and the Māori people. The contents of the bill, the fact that it's being brought forward by government, and the disinformation about treaty rights surrounding the bill are all gravely concerning. The coalition shares and supports conclusions of the Waitangi Tribunal, which advise that by bringing this bill forward, the government of New Zealand has breached the principles of partnership and reciprocity, active protection, good government, equity, redress, and the vital treaty guarantee of Rangatiratanga associated with Māori self-determination and territorial jurisdiction. Based on our engagement with international human rights laws and standards, the coalition also adds that the bill can also be rightly characterized as an affront to the principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and good faith that are the foundations of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Proponents of this bill have publicly said that the treaty relationship must be redefined to end what they called race-based special treatment of Māori. However, and significantly, treaties are not race-based. Treaties are solemn agreements between nations, an expression of the internationally recognized and protected right to self-determination. The proposed bill is not in accordance with the mana, the spirit and intent of Te Tiratiri o of Waitangi, and not in accordance with international human rights standards. We share that in Canada, the government continues to pursue treaty relationships with Indigenous peoples as the foundation for lasting reconciliation. The late New Zealander legal scholar Peter Hogg provided in his legal opinion that a treaty represents a constitutionally protected sharing of sovereignty among the signatories to the treaty. Additionally, the Right Honourable Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has always stated that Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples is its most important one. To honour our agreements with Indigenous peoples, we need to ensure that trust, transparency, and accountability remain at the heart of our efforts to build renewed nation-to-nation and government-to-government relationships based on the recognition and rights and respect and cooperation and partnership. Treaty breaches have occurred in Canada and have led to increased legal challenges and costly delays that serve no treaty signatory or the broader public society as a whole. More recently, treaty cooperative advancements have been made because the Government of Canada has invested in the relationship with the treaty partners. In closing, the Coalition stresses its opposition to the proposed Treaty Principles Bill and strongly encourages working in partnership with its Māori treaty partners, iwi and hapu, to co-develop a way forward to meaningfully honor, understand, and effectively implement Te Tiratiri Awatangi. Like Canada, Aotearoa New Zealand has demonstrated global leadership through transparent, concrete measures that it has taken to advance the implementation of the UN Declaration and affirm the vision of dignity, well-being, and survival of Indigenous peoples in all regions of the world. Now, more than ever, we need such leadership. Tabi Masaikyo.
Sashia, thank you very much for your time this morning. That's the end of the session, so we appreciate you being with us. Members, we'll now move on to our submission in person from Jonathan Boston. Jonathan, good morning. Thank you for being with us. I'm just going to reset your clock for you here. We've got you for a 10-minute session this morning, so I will hand over to you to begin your presentation. Thanks for being with us in person.
Morena, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My written submission is relatively long and philosophical. It outlines my reasons for opposing the bill, only some of which can be mentioned today. Globally, democratic institutions and the fundamental rights upon which they depend are under constant and concerted attack. Our rules-based international order is now on life support. We live in truly grievous and fearful times. Compounding the attack on democracy is the widespread questioning, if not outright rejection, of two fundamental values, truth and justice. This questioning is being spearheaded by autocracies and supercharged by social media platforms. Aotearoa New Zealand is at grave risk from these external threats. Sadly, however, some attacks on truth and justice are homegrown. The principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill constitutes one such example. The bill rests on many falsehoods and simplistic slogans, as numerous expert submitters have attested. It seeks, as 42 KCs have argued, to redefine the meaning of the treaty, unilaterally replacing the existing principles, such as partnership and active protection, with new treaty principles, but ones that do not faithfully and honestly reflect the three articles of the treaty. This is morally and legally wrong. It is unjust. Unfortunately, falsehoods enjoy two advantages over truth. First, they can be stated simply and convincingly. Witness Donald Trump. By contrast, the truth can be complicated because the reality it seeks to represent and honor is often complicated. This is certainly true of many treaty-related issues. Second, the truth can be uncomfortable and thus unwelcome. By contrast, lies are highly malleable and can readily sound attractive and agreeable. Regrettably, too, many people naively embrace falsehoods or delight in conspiracies. For democracies to survive in the current global polycrisis, defending truth and justice will be essential. The burden on elected representatives such as yourselves, will be particularly demanding, and it will be costly. There will be constant temptations to embrace deceit, deceptions, and populist catch cries. Willful blindness and feigned ignorance will be ceaselessly attractive. Yet the more these attractions are embraced, the more corrupted our democracy will become. As my written submission highlights, the Treaty Principles Bill rests on false claims, questionable assumptions, and inherent contradictions. Above all, the bill reflects a profound misunderstanding of the highly complicated nature of legal rights. First, it fails to distinguish properly between group or collective rights, that is, rights possessed by a group, qua group, such as companies, universities, iwi, NGOs, and statutory bodies, and the rights possessed by individuals. Hence, Principle 2 in the bill confusingly contrasts group rights, namely the rights of hapu and iwi Māori, with the rights of everyone, that is, individuals. In effect, the bill conflates Article 2 and Article 3 rights. By analogy, it implies that entities like companies or universities cannot have rights which differ from or conflict with those of individuals. Well, that is nonsense. Next, the bill fails to recognize that most individual rights are group differentiated individual rights. That is, they derive from membership of identified groups, of which, of course, there are many different kinds. This includes all citizenship rights and all the rights which MPs enjoy that differ from those of non-MPs. Significantly, citizenship rights are commonly based on ancestry. Yet many of the bill's advocates reject ancestry-based rights. Next, the bill fails to recognize that while some legal rights are co-extensive, that is, they are the same in nature and scope for everyone, other rights are not co-extensive. Hence, the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion in Section 11 of the Bill of Rights Act applies to all citizens equally. But some rights apply unequally. That is, for many good reasons, the law distinguishes, differentiates, and discriminates between people. Justified discrimination under the law, including positive discrimination, is thus commonplace both here and elsewhere. This point is highly relevant to the bill's third principle, as specified in Section 6. The principle endorses the rights to equality before the law, equal protection of the law, and the equal benefit of the law, and maybe related versions of such rights, like equality under law or equal justice under law. Crucially, however, such rights do not require the application of the law equally to every citizen. Rather, they mean that every law should be applied equally, but only to those to whom the relevant law in question applies. Put differently, based on the fundamental principle of equal human dignity, every person should be treated as an equal. But this does not require equal treatment in every case. Hence, the application of the law will differ from person to person depending on multiple relevant characteristics and circumstances, such as their age, health status, competence, intentions, roles in society, membership of specific groups and organizations. Such characteristics can legitimately affect a person's access to jobs, welfare benefits, social housing, university courses, a driver's license, and much else. Importantly, too, the right to legal equality has been interpreted radically differently by the courts. For generations, the US Supreme Court considered equality before the law compatible with differential treatment based on ethnicity in ways now deemed unjust and repugnant. Accordingly, slogans like one law for all or the same law for all are inherently problematic. To quote Savannah Post, while memorable catchphrases like one law for all lend themselves to sound bites on evening news, they also tend to oversimplify the issues at hand, clouding legitimate debate and hindering constructive discourse. Worse, a law applying equally to everyone might be extremely harmful. For instance, a law severely restricting everyone's freedom of expression equally, as in Nazi Germany or contemporary China, In short, legal equality is totally compatible with serious breaches of fundamental human rights. In certain contexts, it might be downright evil. So to repeat, the truth is often complicated. Justice matters. Resolving the formidable constitutional and policy issues raised by the treaty and navigating the challenges of building a just society in a complex, dynamic, multicultural nation like Aotearoa will need honesty, goodwill, hard thinking, rigorous analysis, and respectful deliberation. Sound bites won't help, nor will falsehoods or slogans, however politically convenient. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jonathan. We've got time maybe for a couple of questions if they're quick. We'll start with Helen White, then Steve Abel.
Thank you. I am actually, I've been listening really carefully, and you've said a lot, and I can see there's a lot of passion in what you're saying, and I am, it's made me think about things way outside of the box. You're obviously pretty frightened about this kind of jingoism, really, and simplified thinking. What I'd like to know about is a little bit more about the group rights issue versus the individual rights, and your reflections on that. Could you just give us a simple example of where that really the group right has to override the individual right, and it would be crazy to elevate individual rights?
Well, nations are groups. Nations have rights under international law. And sometimes the actions of nations and the rights of nations will override the rights of the individuals within those nations. As a university staff member, I have rights that non-university staff members and non-university students and so on do not have. You have rights as a group, as MPs, that other people do not have rights. And those rights can override other people's rights at times.
Thank you.
Jonathan. Thank you, Helen. That's the time we've got this morning. Sorry, Steve, I'll prioritise you for the next one. But just appreciate you being with us, Jonathan, and for providing your submission in a 10-minute soundbite. So that's really good. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. All the best.
We'll go now to our submission from the Royal Australasian College of Physicians. And joining us online is Dr. Matt Wheeler, Nicky McCurdy, and Jacqui Wallens. Matt, good morning. Thank you for being with us.
No worries. We might, I might just carry on in the interest of time, whether the webcam decides to join us or not. There we go. Nei rā te tamiki ka koutou. Ko ara ki te maunga ko aitaki te ao, ko kaitau te mamu waitaha o ko iwi, ko Matt Wheeler tōku ingoa. The Royal Australasian College of Physicians welcomes the opportunity to advise the Justice Committee on the proposed principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. I will take our written submission as read, and I will provide support to that submission. The RACP, where I will henceforth call us, works across more than 40 medical specialties to educate, innovate, and advocate for excellence in healthcare and medical care. The RACP trains the next generation of specialists while playing a lead role in developing world best practice models of care. We also draw on the skills of our members to develop policies that promote a healthier society. By working together, our members advance the interest of our profession, our patients, and the broader community. I am here on behalf of my colleagues, members, and staff of the RACP to express our strong opposition to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. We believe this bill undermines Aotearoa New Zealand's constitution and prejudice against Māori by attempting to assimilate it into the majority culture. This approach weakens Māori rights to tino rangatiratanga and erodes the trust between Māori and the government, which ultimately will lead to worsening of already poor health outcomes. The RACP aligned with the Waitangi Tribunal's view that this bill breaches Te Tiriti o Waitangi and harms all treaty partners. We are deeply concerned about the proposed bill's adverse effects on Māori health outcomes. The proposed bill will further undermine Māori rights and social cohesion, exacerbating existing health inequities that already negatively impact the well-being of all communities throughout New Zealand. The term mana in te whakaputanga o te rangatiratanga o Nutireni, the Declaration of Independence of New Zealand, 1835, signifies that all sovereign power and authority. This concept was crucial just months before the Treaty of Waitangi was signed. In the treaty, kāwanatanga is translated as governance, meaning the authority to create laws for the country's good order and security while safeguarding Māori interests. This governance was intended to protect the mana of the Māori people. The treaty aims to ensure that Māori have the rights to be Māori in their own lands and retain their mana without undermining the Queen's authority to govern and maintain good order. This balance and mutual respect are evident in both the English and Māori texts of the treaty, clearly prioritising and respecting Māori sovereignty. I'm reminded by Professor Paparangi Reid's kōrero about the importance of examining kāwanatanga governance in the concept of health. We must ask ourselves, what kind of governance are we talking about? Surely it must be good governance, fair, just and ethical. The New Zealand government's participation in key international instruments such as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination underscores its commitment to supporting Indigenous rights and equity. This participation signals New Zealand's dedication to being a just and ethical government. A crucial expression of such governance is equity. Equity serves as a measure of how well the government is fulfilling its treaty obligations and a means to evaluate governance or kāwanatanga. Given the intention of kāwanatanga, good governance, and to protect the mana of Māori, the RACP finds the state of Māori health concerning, which is amplified by systemic inequities. My eldest daughter is 9 and my son is 7. Evidence shows us that if a non-Māori boy and a non-Māori girl were born today, they would have the same life expectancy, i.e. they would die at the same time as my children, simply because of who their parents are. I want that to sink in for a moment. The equity gap is 8 years for males and 7 years for females. This significant disparity is largely due to who their parents are. If this isn't the clearest example of how we fail to meet our treaty obligations of good governance or kāwanatanga as a country, I don't know what is. I'd like to consider the second example. I have met the Honourable Simeon Brown and I have attended the same school as the Honourable David Seymour. It may not seem like it from Zoom, but if we all wanted to watch a cricket game over a fence, I would easily be able to see over the top of said fence. But the other two probably couldn't. Equality means that we would be giving us all a box to stand on. But the thing is, I don't need one. Equity, on the other hand, is about mates sharing. I believe equity isn't about doing more for any one person or group, but about doing something different to achieve fairness. This different approach can stop once we achieve equality, which is justice. That's why we shouldn't define any principles rigidly, as they will evolve over time based on our behaviours towards each other. On Waitangi Day this year, the chair of Ngāi Tahu made a statement to the Prime Minister saying, "We Māori are not the radicals." This was meant to emphasise that Māori are not extremists or troublemakers, but rather Māori seeking fair treatment and respect for Māori rights. The RACP echo this statement, reinforcing the message that the concerns of Māori are legitimate and should be taken seriously and not dismissed as radical and unreasonable. Health equity evaluates how government resources, including social determinants of health and health services, are distributed within the community. This involves assessing policies that dictate resource allocation and reflect societal values. As a haematologist, I frequently see evidence of how government decisions impact via resource distribution and valuation. For example, research tells us, that was published just last year by Clough et al., that Māori are more likely to be diagnosed and die from leukemia and myeloma. They also have higher cancer-specific mortality rates for leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and myeloma. That means that even if Māori do not have a higher risk of developing disease, and some of them do, they are still more likely to die from them. This is not due to genetic factors, but because of the quality care provided. In cardiovascular disease, research says that Māori have a 1.5 times the rate of stroke, 4 times the rate of heart failure, and nearly 5 times the rate of rheumatic fever hospitalizations compared to non-Māori. These disparities are not due to genetic factors, but again the quality of care received. Māori have an estimated diabetes rate of 10.5% within the population. This is compared to 7.1% for non-Māori. Yet they are twice as likely to experience diabetes-related limb amputations or renal failure. Again, this disparity is not due to genetic factors. In Māori health, women are 1.8 times more likely to take their own lives, and Māori men are twice as likely compared to their non-Māori counterparts. According to the article, Exploring Indigenous Ethnic Inequities in First Episode Psychosis in New Zealand, Māori represent 40% of first episode psychosis cases, despite making up such a smaller proportion of the population. The main point is that significant health disparities exist between Māori and non-Māori populations within New Zealand. These disparities are not due to genetic factors, rather the quality of care provided and how government resources are distributed. This underscores the need for equitable resource allocation and policy changes to address these inequities. If everyone is given the same box, the needle just would not move. If equity is a measure of good kāwanatanga or governance, then the government is not only failing significantly, but the proposed treaty bill, as the RACP has submitted, will continue to exacerbate health inequities further. Anecdotally, I had a woman under my care who was 50. She was diagnosed with a failing heart and is still undergoing investigation as to why. She was one of 4 siblings, and sadly, her 3 other siblings have all passed away due to heart disease before reaching the age of 50. If that was your family, you would be outraged that no one had investigated you already. The hospital staff, who had their best intentions, tried to discharge her, but as a deliberate act of equity, I kept her in the hospital for further investigation. Being told good catch after the fact is poor recompense for something that should have been standard of care. The worst part is that this woman thanked us for our care, even though we had already demonstrated that we had failed her. She had presented 6 times in the last 12 months. I reiterate, we are not the radicals here. This example highlights the importance of kāwanatanga and good governance. Our default for Māori is often a miss or a good catch. Equitable healthcare should not be seen as a good catch, where Māori patients are grateful for the care regardless of a near miss. This approach does not protect the mana of Māori people as envisaged by the treaty, but rather continues to diminish the mana of not only Māori and our tupuna who signed the treaty, but all treaty partners. I find it a hard pill to swallow that the coalition parties' agreement to work together in partnership and good faith, which each with each other to bring this bill to take it to its first reading, takes precedent over the historic agreement made by over 500 rangatira signatories, our tupuna with the Crown, known as Te Tiritiria Waitangi. This highlights a complete disregard for the treaty and its principles. I could go on and on with regards to multiple different aspects with regards to this, but I do see that I'm running out of time. So in summary, the RACP agrees with previous submissions that refer to this process and the proposed bill as being farcical and inappropriate. The RACP encourages this committee and the bill makers to not only reject the bill, but also recognise the foundational work done by the Constitutional Advisory Panel of 2013 and the Mātiki Mai Aotearoa's Hui, which provide valuable insights into an inclusive constitution for Aotearoa New Zealand. I wish that for the RACP to ask the questions today. What measures are in place to ensure that this process, the bill itself, and the regulatory standards bill does not exacerbate existing health inequities for Māori? How do you respond to the criticism that the bill prioritises equality for all New Zealanders over equity, potentially amplifying systemic barriers for Māori? How do we plan to address the significant life expectancy gap between Māori and non-Māori, which the bill could potentially widen? And what steps will be taken to rebuild the trust of treaty partners and foster cross-party cooperation to maintain social cohesion if this bill is rejected? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. Look, that's the time we have today for your session. So just on behalf of the committee, want to acknowledge you and your team for being here, providing us with your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
We're going to go now to our submission from Dinnie Moeahu. Kia ora, Dinnie, and your boys and friends.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us in the room. We've got you for a 10-minute session this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou e te whare, i ngā member o tēnei committee, e te amana James, tēnei te mihi ana kia koutou katoa. Ko Dinnie Moeahu tōku ingoa, I am a district council for Te Kaunihiro o Ngā Motu of the New Plymouth District Council. I'm also an elected member of Te Maruata Rōpū Whakahaere National Māori Elected Members Committee for Local Government New Zealand. I am also a Te Tiritiria Waitangi educator and facilitator within the local government sector, and I am the son of a treaty negotiator. Today, I'll be speaking to you as a mokopuna, as a son, and as a father. I have my 2 boys here with me, Christian and Kai. There is no textbook that could educate my boys more than the enduring legacy of their tupuna. That is why they are here with me today. I'll take my submission as read, and I unequivocally oppose the Treaty Principles Bill. I do find it ironic that I am speaking in front of a Justice Select Committee where my people have been seeking justice against the Crown for over 180 years. But words are just words. It is not enough for you to read all the differing points of view in submissions. It's not enough for you to hear the many arguments or the 50 years of jurisprudence to reconcile the atrocities committed by the Crown against Māori. And this bill reeks of the same stench and sleight of hand manoeuvring as your forebearers. It's not enough for the Crown to grasp the enormity of crimes and te tiriti breaches against my people, like my great-great-grandfather, Taumati Whanganui, who was arrested and imprisoned without trial, enslaved for doing nothing but ploughing his own land. It's not enough for his son, Pihi Mana Tamati, my great-grandfather, who fought alongside valiantly with many of his generation for the return of Maunga Taranaki after the Crown's te tiriti breaches. The pain, the suffering inflicted on my people by the Crown, which drove widespread division among my people, is incomprehensible to even utter. And yet, here we are, still alive, still standing. Or is it his son, Te Tamati, my grandmother's younger brother, alongside his ilk, who fought against the insatiable greed of land theft? Over 1.28 million acres was stolen by the Crown during the Taranaki land wars. In the mid-70s, Te Tamati, alongside many others like Ayla Taylor, Charlie Bailey, formed PKW as a way to combat ongoing theft and further te tiriti breaches by the Crown. And even with the remaining whenua, it was tangled up in peppercorn leases which further dispossessed and disenfranchised my people. And yet here we are, still standing. Or my father, Peter Moeahu, alongside my mother, Wikitoria, who was 6 months pregnant with me while they were on the front lines at Bastion Point. My father's plight to the Crown. We have been passive for over 100 bloody years, and this is how we get treated, for being passive. Villainized by a country who lacked understanding, while my people continue to challenge the ongoing te tiriti breaches by the Crown, because we are fearless. It's not enough to be an afterthought where the Crown delivered their crumbs of reconciliation during the fiscal envelope hearings at Owai Marae in 1990. I was only 11 years old that day when my father spoke to the crimes committed by the Crown against my people, echoing the words, every time I look at a map of Taranaki and trace the lines of confiscation, all I see is an arrow piercing the heart of my people. And this bill, yet again, pierces the heart of my people. The 1986 Royal Commission report recognised that Te Tiriti o Waitangi affirmed Māori sovereignty, which was recognised by the Crown, where they publicly admitted and pledged to preserve, protect, and uphold Māori rights. And yet for the past 18 months, all I have seen is the Crown continuing to punch down on my people. I have seen with my own two eyes what Crown legislation and fork-tongued attitudes have done, and what this bill is designed to do under the guise of democracy, fairness, and equality. Whose democracy are we talking about? Because when it comes to the Crown preaching democracy, history has shown it's at the expense of Māoridom. And yet here we are, still standing, still here. As the son of a treaty negotiator, it was arguably one of the most difficult journeys we've ever had to experience personally as a farmer. Some of our people wanted to settle. Some of our people didn't. Neither were in the wrong. What was wrong was the Crown's processes giving crumbs to the dollar for a legacy of pain and heartache and suffering. And yet we are still here. still standing. We are a whānau who have been on the front lines for generations, fighting on behalf of our people, which surpasses and supersedes any of the Crown's jurisprudence. But why? Why here? Why not have me be at Te Matatini hosting our country in Taranaki? Why are we used to the backstabbing and the rhetoric that further continues to ostracize us? It is not because of me, but it's because of my boys. You have a chance to kill this bill. Kill it. Kill this bill and allow our country to heal. Moving forward, there is a saying from Māoridom that you all should know. As a treaty partner, we are never above you. We are never beneath you. We are always beside you. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Sure, Dinnie. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks Christian and Kai for being with us as well. We'll go to a couple of questions. We've got one from Steve Abel.
Kia ora, thank you, all three of you for being here and for your powerful submission. And it reminds me of a quote from a song that Ruakere Hond told us: "The winds of war still blow through our minds." And the ongoing legacy of attempted assimilation, of raupatu, of theft, and that this feels like another instance of that to tangata whenua Māori. And I want you to please expand on the history in Taranaki in particular, and the sort of the two-facedness of the return of the tupuna maunga at the same time as all this anti-Māori, anti-treaty legislation has been put through the Parliament.
Kia ora, thank you for the pātai. There is clearly ignorance amongst our country of the history of not just Taranaki, but Aotearoa. And we need to provide education mechanisms to actually educate our country. The history is one of significant mamai of hurt and pain. These two who are beside me, they will carry on that legacy like I have, and like my father before me, and our tupuna before him. It's critically important for all of us who are advocating on behalf of our country to work together. But what we are wanting to do is kill this bill and heal our nation.
Dinnie, thank you. Look, that's probably drawing towards the end of our session. I just want to, on behalf of the committee, acknowledge you, all three of you, for being with us today. We appreciate you taking the time to travel and to be with the committee. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for your presentation.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora.
We'll now move to a submission from Professor Taiarahia Black Maungapohatu, and hopefully Professor Taiarahia will be with us online.
Aure te whakamāia hau ki te taura whiu kau. Ki te au he karauna kingi kau ki Maungapohatu. Meka ia kuringa ka pai e te iwi kāri tēnā karai piture. Nuku mai e te tikana hei hoa moe ake, kia au i hua i taku mai te whare. Tākiri mai ko te ata ka putātu ki waho, ka titiro ngāti ki waho ki te moana, he tatari atua nei te moana. Ana iwi i roto i te kupu kōrero tēnei rā, tātou katoa, tēnā tātou katoa. Honourable members of the Select Committee, morena, tēnā koutou katoa. Great to have you here this morning at the Whare Wānanga o Awanuiarani. Let's go straight to the statements and to the paper. This bill stands as a defilement of the decency of human rights and democracy for Māori, especially for Maungapohatu, ngā toeno ngā tamariki a iharaira. It reeks of dishonesty and manipulation. It's a lazy, pathetic replica of legislative integrity. Its mere reading in Parliament brings shame to the constitutional fabric of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm a professor, I've been a professor at Massey University, and I am now a professor here at the Whare Wānanga o Awanuiarani. My role is to build evidence amongst the master's, doctorate, and professional doctorate students. I also teach and run wānanga in our iwi here in Tūhoe and Maungapohatu. One of the key points that I point out to people is that the evidence that I bring in my publications, something like 41 publications, is evidence-based. Really, it's really about your opportunity to read our history. This bill is a blade sharpened against justice. It seeks to sever the covenant, silencing the heartbeat of tangata whenua, an extensional erosion of mana and whakapapa, as the other speakers have been saying. Nā toena Maungapohatu, we stand in absolute opposition against deception, against betrayal, against desecration of the treaty's enduring binding principles. When I'm working with master's, doctorate and professional doctorate students, when I'm working with my mokopuna, I have this sense of honesty and to bring them to the light of how rich our history is. I also work with them in the schools and out in the whānau hapu iwi. One of the key points that I work with people is the integrity that I bring to sharpen their debate on their own history. This is the voice of whānau hapu iwi marae, rangatahi and mokopuna, bearing the weight of history and defending the sanctity of justice. This bill is a calculated intrusion, an erosion of the principles that were meant to uphold equity, partnership and rangatiratanga. I'm going to analyze those three words for our mokopuna, not for the committee. We want to make sure that these mokopuna understand what equity means, what partnership means, what rangatiratanga. This bill echoes the violence of 1916 by our people of Maungapohatu when it was invaded by the Crown. This bill is a form of legislative violence, legislative erasure, ending hard-won protections of Maungapohatu. The bill seeks to disinherit us, to erase the historical justices that have been recognised through the 2017 Ruakēnana statutory pardon and the 2000 royal assent. Let me tell you, I was involved in wording those two acts of parliament. It's language of manipulation. This bill is a language of manipulation, disregards the intergenerational trauma, economic, social, cultural, language, and spiritual devastation inflicted by the Crown's historic transgressions on Maungapohatu. The repeal of the treaty's original intent fractures the very aspirations of Ruakēnana's descendants, undermining the very safeguards that enshrine our right to restore, reclaim our mana reo tingana. It disregards the spiritual and intellectual sovereignty that has been upheld through the centuries of struggle. When I think about the Ruakēnana, the 2017 Ruakēnana statutory pardon and the 2019, months and months of drafting those two legislation between the Crown and the people for months, almost 2.5, 3 years, working constantly, going backwards and forwards with the Crown and the people themselves, and bringing the statements to our people that you see sitting here. It was not one single person that put those two bills together. You know, how does this bill threaten the integrity of the 2017 Ruakēnana statutory pardon and the 2000 royal assent? Well, remember this. History does not unfold in isolation. The statutory pardon and the royal assent were hard-won acknowledgements of the Crown's historical transgressions. The waiata that I sang to you, Kaore te whakamā ia hau ki te taura whiu go, was written behind the walls of the jail in Mount Eden jail when Ruakēnana and his people were evicted and dragged to Mount Eden jail in 1916 by the Crown. There he wrote this waiata, and one single motiatea waiata revealed to the people what happened at Maungapohatu. Let me tell you, there's some interesting parts in that motiatea. This bill, the implication of this bill on Māori customary rights, particularly in relation to Maungapohatu. You know, Maungapohatu is a spiritual home, our spiritual home, that binds Tamakai Moana to the land, to the awa, to the tonga. This bill seeks to sever these relationships, replacing them with a legal framework that privileges, and here's the word, monocultural, one perspective, legislation. The Seymour bills function as a manipulative smokescreen to enable this coalition government to erase Maungapohatu's heritage and dignity, to subvert decent human obligations, undermining customary and intellectual property rights of the people. How does the bill encroach upon Māori intellectual cultural sovereignty? Intellectual sovereignty is woven into threads of whakapapa and oral traditions, oral written truth. This bill asserts control over the narratives of the Indigenous people. It does not merely rewrite history. Here it is. It dictates the future to us. The bill seeks to place Māori knowledge, Maungapohatu knowledge, customs, and intellectual property under the shadow of this legislative parliament framework, stripping Ngā Toina of their right to define, protect, and transmit their tipuna contemporary history. In what ways, then, does the bill reopen the historical trauma inflicted Ngā Uri o Maungapohatu? There is a cycle of grief that this bill reignites. 1916 was not merely an event, it is a scar upon the whānau hapu and iwi of Maungapohatu. To legislate away the treaty's original intent is to reenact that invasion, to once again trespass upon the sovereignty of Ruakenana's people. It forces them to relive the pain of land alienation, dispossession, being named his son and nephew murdered by the police, his eldest daughter raped by the police. This bill is not a policy of legislation. It is a persecution repackaged and manipulated into legislative form. The impact of this bill on the Ruakenana Royal Prerogative of Mercy. The Ruakenana Royal Prerogative of Mercy set for 2025 as a profound act of redress, recognizing the injustice inflicted upon him and his community. This bill undermines that process, stabilizing jurisprudence that has legitimized a path to reconciliation. It is an attempt to silence the memory of Ruakenana and his descendants, to discard the legacy, rather than see it as a beacon of justice and resistance. So what role does the bill play in the ongoing process of colonization? Well, you know, colonization is not a past event. It is a living force, reshaped and applied in every generation. The bill is a tool of modern day dispossession, calculated effort to subjugate Māori aspirations, Maungapohatu aspirations, to Pākehā legislative dominance. Where the musket and the raupatu once prevailed, now stands statute policies designed to erase Indigenous rights under the guise of good governance. Colonization is not dead, ladies and gentlemen. Colonization is alive in the corridors of Parliament and in this bill, and wielded as a legislative weapon. What impact does the bill have on Aotearoa's national identity and its international obligations? Important point. A nation that undermines its foundational commitments to its Indigenous people in contradiction to the principles of justice it claims to uphold. The bill signals to the world that Aotearoa is willing to erode its commitments under the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. It fractures the nation's identity, turning away from a path of reconciliation and instead embracing one of division and erasure. To conclude, we demand the rejection of this bill. We call for leadership that fosters and embodies unity, for legislation that fosters equity rather than division. Future is not distant. It is woven into the breath that we have at the moment. E te iwi, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Professor. Thank you for your submission. That's all the time we have this morning. So I just want to acknowledge you and your team there for being with us this morning and providing your presentation.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I wonder if we could request a copy of the written notes for that submission, if it's possible, please.
Yeah, we'll ask the clerk's team to see if they can track a copy of that down. Thank you. Right, we'll move on now to submission from Wakatu Incorporation, and we've got Riki Kotua with us. Riki, thank you for being with us this morning. We've got you set down for a 10-minute presentation, so I'll hand over to you to begin.
Morena koutou, ko Riki Kotua toku wingoa, he aroia hau no Wakatu Incorporation. Good morning, I'm Riki Kotua and I'm making the submission on behalf of Wakatu Incorporation, where I'm legal counsel. I want to start by providing some background about Wakatu. Wakatu was established in 1977 to receive and manage the remnant Nelson tents and occupation lands held by the Māori trustee at the time. Based in Whakatu Nelson, we have approximately 4,000 owners who are descended from the Māori customary landowners of Whakatu Nelson, Tasman, and Mohua Golden Bay. Wakatu has grown from an $11 million asset base in 1977 to a current value of over $300 million. We hold a diverse portfolio of assets from vineyards to orchards, residential properties, large retail developments, and office buildings, an award-winning food and beverage exporter, Kono, and an innovation arm, Hauora. Our overarching purpose is to preserve and enhance our taonga for the benefit of current and future generations. This intergenerational lens is also relevant to consideration of this bill. To state our position as clearly as possible at the outset, Wakatu fundamentally oppose this bill and request that the bill be abandoned immediately. Wakatu supports the finding of the Waitangi Tribunal that the bill constitutes multiple flagrant breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The bill was unilaterally developed by the Crown without any engagement with Māori, despite the constitutional significance of Te Tiriti and its importance to Māori. The bill grossly misinterprets, distorts, and undermines the text, meaning, and spirit of Te Tiriti. It adopts novel principles that do not procedurally or substantively reflect the established principles of the treaty, which have been developed over nearly 50 years. Rather than providing clarification, the bill introduces significant uncertainty in the law. The bill seeks to strip rangatiratanga from Te Tiriti and inappropriately codify and limit Māori rights solely to those recognised in treaty settlements. This bill is disingenuous in that it alters the legal effect and recognition of Te Tiriti while asserting that it does neither. The policy rationale for the bill is fundamentally flawed. If the bill were passed, it is likely to cause constitutional and legal instability and drive division between Māori and Pākehā that is not conducive to the spirit or intent of Te Tiriti and would create further injustice and grievance. Is this really the kind of future we want? This bill is not our future. In recent decades, we have seen a big change in Aotearoa. More and more Pākehā appreciate that our identity as New Zealanders, a unique sense of humour, kindness, generosity, and practicality owes something to te ao Māori and to the relationships forged between Māori and Pākehā. There has been a growing understanding that the well-being of our country depends on the strength of our relationships with each other. When this is strong, we can move forward as a united, confident nation. At the heart of this relationship is Te Tiriti. In contrast, this bill disrespects our past and the journey we have taken together as a multicultural nation built on a bicultural foundation. This bill has no relevance to our past, present, or future. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Good, Riki. Thank you for that good summary of your submission. I'll go to questions now. The first one from Dr. Tracy McCallum, and then we'll go to Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, Riki. Thank you for your submission and for laying out your concerns so concisely. We've heard a lot over the last wee while about group rights versus individual rights, and the way in which the proposers of this bill have completely misunderstood and misrepresented that different unit of analysis. Do you have any thoughts on what that means to you insofar as the proposed principles not acknowledging that we can have group rights and that be different to individual rights, so that individual Māori aren't getting privilege over and above, but they are entitled to those group rights?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why that is why those things have to be mutually exclusive. I think you can have group rights and individual rights at the same time. I don't see why there's an issue with that, to be honest.
Thanks, Riki. We'll go to a question from Steve, Todd Stevenson.
Kia ora. Thank you, Riki, and for your explanation of what you're doing, the work you're doing, your manifestation of upholding your right to self-determination. Effectively, one could interpret it as this bill will be killed. I mean, it's definitely on the way out, but there are a suite of other legislation that are similarly harmful. It sort of acts as a smokescreen to other things that undermine te tiriti and attack Māori self-determination. I wonder, from your point of view, what is the harm that is being done to that idea of trust between Māori and the Crown by this legislation and other laws being passed by this government?
I think that I mean, you've heard from a number of people. I mean, you can hear the pain and you know, I think since over the past 150 or so years, we've tried to sort of unwind some of those policies and heal some of that mamae. And this has brought it straight back up to the surface again. Yeah, I think there's can be no future. You know, Māori will definitely not ever accept being told what tiriti is about. It's just an unacceptable position, and it will never. You know, there will always be grievance if these policies continue.
I've got a quick follow-up if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, there's probably time, so I'll go to you, Steve, and then I'll go to Todd after that.
Kia ora, thank you. And on that, has the powerful uprising of iwi and tangata tiriti against this tendency inspired you to exactly your last point that we as a nation do not want to tolerate this sort of divisive intent in legislation like this?
Yeah, well, you see it in the hikoi. You know, this will be a rising up of the nation.
Thanks, Riki. Todd Stevenson.
Thanks, Riki. Thanks for your presentation. Obviously, we've got the articles of the treaty, and then we've got what's understood of as the principles of the treaty as they are today. And you could say that this bill is attempting to codify actually the articles of the treaty. Do you think it's worthwhile trying to go through that process of actually trying to get at some, I suppose, agreement around what the articles of the principles, the articles of the treaty should actually deliver?
I think the articles of the treaty are the articles of the treaty, to be honest. Yeah, they stand as that. In terms of the legal interpretation of the principles, that is also settled law for, you know, almost 30, 40 years. So I think I don't think this is what this bill is about. This bill is about denying Māori rights protected under tiriti. And if, to be honest, I think I find it disappointing that we're sitting here talking about this bill in this time. I think it would be what we should be doing is talking about codifying or entrenching treaty rights into some sort of constitution, written constitution, so that we're not forced to go and Māori rights are not treated as a political football anymore.
Thanks. We'll take a final question from Helen White.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question just straight on from that. The constitutional movement over this, do you think it's caused by the constant insecurity that there is about the honouring of what is there?
Probably, but I mean, obviously this bill is an ACT Party policy from, you know, now for what, 20 years or so. So
it's not the first attack though, is it?
No, it's not. So yeah, I think there is obviously there is still that there is some of those in this country that do want to attack Māori rights, but I think as a nation we are getting to a place where this is not acceptable anymore, and you see that in the hikoi.
Thank you.
Thanks, Riki. That's the time we've got this morning. Thanks for joining us from what looks like beautiful sunny Nelson, of course, in the background. So thank you for joining us and thank you for your submission.
Kia ora.
All right, folks, we'll go to our submission now from Ngati Haua Iwi Trust. I think the team must be joining us online, and we've got Muna Wharawhara hopefully joining us.
Morena kia ta.
Morena Muna, thank you for joining us. We've got you for us before us for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnei te mihi kia tātou I runga I ngā whakaro nui o te runga rawa. Mana tātou e whakapai I tēnei rā, ka tira, ngā tini roi māta ki tō tātou kini atu heitia ko ngaru atu ki te pō, ko whakawātia nei I tāna kōtiro te ariki nui, ngā waihono I te pō, hei kuini, hei kuini, hei kuini. Nō reira mōrena kia tātou. For the purposes of this oral submission, we take Ngati Haua written submission as read. I want to start this morning's submission on the behalf of Ngati Haua by reading a statement from our principal tūpuna, Wiremu Tamihana. He kupu mana tāku, mā tōku iwi anō e whakamana. Which simply means I present this submission on behalf of Hone Tamihana, tūmuraki of the kingitanga, e Ngati Haua iwi past, present and future. Ngati Haua opposes this bill because it is a blatant attack on Māori rights It is a blatant attack on Māori and our rights. It purports that our settlement is the extent of our rights as Māori and attempts to remove our continuing rights affirmed under Te Tiriti. Our Settlement Act settles our grievances under Te Tiriti, but does not define the full scope of our rights which continue to exist, which are affirmed by Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and which we continue to expect to be honoured by the Crown. It attempts to erase a 180-year-old relationship forged by iwi Māori, costing us countless resources. It is a breach of Te Tiriti itself. Many others have touched on the many legal and moral errors of this bill and the process that has led to it. We wish to briefly turn your eyes to our history as Ngati Haua and remind you that to change the effect of Te Tiriti o Waitangi at law is to void more than 160 years of our work as Ngati Haua and petitioning the Crown to honour the Tiriti. Ngati Haua has always honoured our obligations, always sought justice through peace, and has a long history of imploring the Crown to honour the obligations to us under the same agreement. It was in 1861 Governor Brown accused Wiremu Tamihana and Waikato of breaching the Treaty of Waitangi and of being in rebellion to the Crown, later used as justification for the invasion of the Waikato. Wiremu Tamihana denied breaching Te Tiriti and opposed being unfairly labelled a rebel. In 1861, Wiremu Tamihana wrote to Governor Gray saying, "These are the things which darken my heart. The blood of Waikato has been spilt. They have been destroyed without cause. Their only crime was this: they loved their country." Time after time, Wiremu Tamihana sought peace with the Crown, but was labelled a rebel. In 1863, following Rangiriri, following Rangiawhia, though he wrote of his great anger for his dead, murdered, and burnt people, and again following Gaipa, Wiremu Tamihana sought to negotiate peace with the Crown, most notably in May 1865. Tamihana laid down his taiaha in front of General Cameron to declare Te Maungapohatu. a covenant of peace. To our present day efforts to rebuild our economic and cultural foundations, we have consistently sought to uphold both our mana and our relationships with the Crown. This bill threatens to undermine not just legal principles, but generations of work by our tupuna, who sought to build a nation where both treaty partners could prosper. Our ancestor Wiremu Tamiana showed us that true leadership means standing firm for what is right, while remaining open to positive engagement. In his footsteps, we stand before you today, not just in opposition to this bill, but in support of the better path forward, one where treaty principles are strengthened, not diminished. The choice before this select committee is more than a legal or political decision. It is a choice about the kind of nation we want to be. We will honour the vision of partnership that our tupuna fought so hard to protect. Or will we take the backward step this bill represents? We urge this committee to look to the wisdom of our shared history. The story of Ngati Haua shows that when treaty principles are honoured, both partners prosper. When they are undermined, as this bill seeks to do, all New Zealanders suffer. Reject this bill, choose instead to strengthen the principles that have guided our nation's progress. Choose to honour the legacy of those who have gone before us, like our late Kingi Tuheitia, who called for us to embrace kotahitanga, or unity, not just as Māori, but as a nation. Like Wiremu Tamiana, who knew that our nation's greatest strength lies in upholding te tiriti o Waitangi. As you will note from our written submission, Ngati Haua Iwi Trust recommends that this bill does not proceed. It supports the finding of the Waitangi Tribunal Ngā Mā Tāpono 2024 report and recommends the adoption of the 4 recommendations set out within. The 4 recommendations, I'll just read them out, are: we recommend that the treaty principles bill policy should be abandoned. The second recommendation that the Crown should constitute a Cabinet Māori Crown Relations Committee that has oversight over the Crown's treaty te tiriti policies. Thirdly, recommendation that the treaty clause review policy be put on hold while it is reconceptualized through collaboration and co-design engagement with Māori. And lastly, recommendation that the Crown consider a process of partnership with Māori to undo the damage to the Māori-Crown relationship and restore confidence in the honour of the Crown. Returning to the submission, the Ngati Haua Iwi submission, and in closing, petition after petition, letter after letter, Wiremu Tamiana sought a peaceful resolution with the government. Finally, in 1995, the Waikato settlement acknowledged that Waikato were not in rebellion to the Crown as claimed. However, it took a long road to get there, continuing through the late 19th century and early 20th century. Tamiana's son and successor Tupu Taingākaua repeatedly pleaded to and petitioned the government to honour their obligations under te tiriti. In 1909, after a series of discussions and petitions to the government that fell upon deaf ears, Taingākaua presented his petition of nearly 30,000 signatures addressed to King Edward and to the then Prime Minister Joseph Ward's government. And with their failure to listen, in 1914, Taingākaua accompanied King Te Rata to England to present the same petition to King George. Part of this petition read, that you now stand in her place to sit on the throne of your mother and to abide by the covenants and the contracts permanently granted by your mother to the Māori people living in New Zealand, We clearly see that the laws made by the Government of New Zealand are trampling upon the covenants and contracts granted to you, to your Māori people by the Treaty of Waitangi. In conclusion, Ngati Haua's call to you remains the same as it was then, to abide in good faith by the treaty, covenant and contract made permanently by the Crown to Māori, not to pass two laws that trample upon it, or attempt to change it, or to change the way it is applied. The story of Ngati Haua is one of unwavering commitment to both peace and justice, from Murimu's Tamihana's vision of cooperative prosperity between Māori and Pākehā. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koe, Muna. Thank you for your submission. That's all the time we've got this morning. So I will close up there, and just on behalf of the committee, thank you for being with us.
Kia ora.
Members, we're going to now move to a submission from CCS Disability Action. And just so people are aware, we've got Cruze, Kapa, and is it Recenia, Kaka?
Recenia.
Morena, Kotua. And we have a NZSL interpreter to my right, so you should be able to see her on screen. What's your name, Storm?
Rosita.
Rosita on screen. So what we'll do is, if you want to guide me as to the best way, if I just talk normally.
Just talk normally and I'll
Right.
sign.
Excellent. We will we'll proceed with our submission. So Morena Kotua, thank you both for being with us this morning. We've got you here for 10 minutes, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Cruze Kapa hau, no te Taiarahia hau. My name's Cruze Kapa, and I'm from Te Taiarahia on the East Coast. My iwi a rongo whakata me Ngati Parau. And at the moment, I'm living in Ōtautahi, Christchurch. I feel very privileged to be here to represent both Māori Ture and whānau Haua. I'm here as a Māori man and as a deaf man as well. My current role is a pauarahi for Māori development and leadership at CCS Disability Action. Our organisation is committed to advocating for the rights and wellbeing of whānau Haua. The bill that David Seymour seeks to create, the Treaty Principles Bill, says that he wants to provide equality for all of Aotearoa, and I'm here as a Māori deaf man to explain to you the difficulties in which I had to learn about equality through the challenges of my life of not only being Māori but of being Ture as well, and being part of the whānau Haua community. We weren't all created equal. Through my own experiences, I've been faced with many, many challenges, many barriers throughout my life. As mentioned, because I am Māori and because I am Ture. From the time I was born until now, I've had to work doubly as hard as everyone else. I have a recent example of that, and it's in making these submissions and the process where I found was difficult. There was no access to information. The online submissions were inaccessible. There were no interpreters provided and sometimes zero captioning. How am I supposed to know what's going on? How am I supposed to know what's happening? Does that look like equity? Growing up, there were a lot of people who didn't believe in my skills, my ability, or my capability to be successful. That was formed from a racist and ableist point of view of others, and that's only some of the things that I face and still have faced and still face every day. Whānau Haua, they're unable to keep up with what's going on. Their experiences are their experiences, and this bill doesn't create equity for them. I'm here and I'm a proud Māori man and I'm proud to be deaf. I'm here to give you a sneak peek into my life and my world through my hands. It's important to me to remain committed to our tamariki mokopuna moa popo. I'm here and I stand firm to protect and value and celebrate our culture. I don't want them to suffer like I have suffered. My fears are that Ture and whānau Haua communities will continue to suffer. We need to support them. We're at risk of losing our identities, our cultures through this process. Where's the equity? What I don't want to see is the richness of our culture, our language, our opportunities, and our chances to grow and thrive become invisible. Where's the equity? So just as we are here advocating to protect our reo, our world, our people, and our whenua, so too should you. Why is it that we're always having to advocate and ask that we're heard and that we're seen? Like I've been saying, where's the equity? We can't allow ourselves to go backwards in time, back to a discriminatory and colonising environment. Those times are gone. We need to move on and never forget those times. I refuse to let Māori culture be thrown to the ocean. We need to move forward together, making sure that whānau Haua have access, full support, and that they are valued and empowered part of our community. Aotearoa New Zealand is a unique, beautiful and diverse country. The world recognises us, and Te Tiriti o Waitangi sets us apart from others in the world. This bill is just another try at marginalising us, and in doing so, Turi and whānau Haua will be doubly marginalised. This bill is set to create division. We strongly oppose this bill, and David Seymour has said in the past that he aims for equality, but equality doesn't represent whānau Turi or whānau Haua. Like I mentioned earlier, equity looks like providing access. I leave you with this whānau. Imagine your first grandchild is born into this world and they're deaf. The impact that this bill has will be lasting. It will directly impact your mokopuna, our tamariki. It will have a direct impact on your whānau. I believe in equity, not equality. We weren't all born equal. If this bill is passed, the suffering will only be worse than the past, worse than we've already experienced. If this bill is passed, we'll suffer more. Nobody wants to go backwards in time. Tēnā rā koutou.
Thank you, Cruze, for your submission. We've got a few questions from the members. And Rosetta, I think the best way would be to invite the members to ask questions, and then you'll do some pretty quick live translation.
No problem, Kapa.
And then it'll come back to us. So let's start with Steve Abel, then we'll go to Helen White.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your powerful submission. I wonder what will be the impact on the ability of an organisation like yours that does such important work to target health approaches and disability approaches based on known ethnic disparities, if this legislation undermines your ability to do that targeted approach.
To begin with, accessibility is where it needs to start. Being able to provide full support for all communities, a safe space culturally. But I think more importantly, we need to provide adequate access. At the moment, we're only faced with barriers. There's no solutions available. Nobody's listening. People are always missing out on information. Resources are slim. So I think it's important for our organisation to support and provide adequate access for whānau.
Kia ora.
Can I just quickly add that it's also about having whānau Haua at the table, whānau Turi at the table. Kia ora.
Recenia, let's go to Helen and then Todd.
Thank you. I'd like to ask about work for people in this situation. How different is the outlook in terms of working? in New Zealand at the moment?
As I've mentioned a lot, access is a huge issue. Sometimes whānau come without support. They struggle with access, and that's the most basic resource that we need to be provided. We want to make sure, our organisation will make sure that we have access for all whānau, so they have equity. It's important for us to make sure that whānau can access mahi through the resources that we're able to provide.
Thank you.
Can I just quickly add that mahi in New Zealand for whānau Haua and whānau Turi, they're always on a back foot. So just to access sign language interpreters, those types of resources come with a very expensive resource. So, you know, education to be able to get a good job are always barriers. So those are just some of the simple things that we want to mention.
Thank you.
Thanks, Recenia. We'll go to a last question from Todd, and I'll allow the time to run over a bit just so we can build a good response in. So Todd as well.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Principle 3 in the bill is really this equality provision or equal protection provision. Do you think equal protections are important for all New Zealanders, including those in the community you represent?
Yeah, I think because Cruze and I have actually talked a lot about this, it is about having good protection for everyone. But I think the issue for us is more about how do we build the equity so that different needs of how we are protected are actually honoured.
Well, thank you, Recenia, Cruze, Rosetta. Thank you all for being with us this morning. We appreciate you coming all the way up from Ototahi. You've chosen a fantastic part of the country to live in, so I'll put my pitch in there. But thank you for being with us, and we appreciate your presence in person.
Kia ora tātou.
Thank you. We will now go to submission from Dinnie McCallum. Is Dinnie joining us online? Dinnie will be joining us online. Dinnie, good morning. Thank you for joining the committee. We've got you on screen, but we don't quite have your camera with us yet, but can you hear me okay?
Kia ora. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, if you have any way to turn your camera on, we'd appreciate that, but we do have you with us on screen. So how about I start the session and hand over to you for the next 5 minutes?
Sure, that sounds perfect. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this camera on.
Sometimes there is a privacy switch that'll cover the top if it's a laptop camera. Otherwise, if you can't get it going in the next couple of seconds, I'm happy to just proceed with, unfortunately, you being a large black box, but we can hear you loud and clear. There you go.
Oh, I'm there?
Yep, you're in.
Okay. Perfect. Ko taranaki te maunga, ko waingorongoro te awa, ko Aotea te waka, ko ngā ruahine te iwi. Ko kānihi umutahi me ōkahu iniwa wai ngā hapu. Ko kānihi te marae, ko te torokiki o te roa tomoko te whare. Ko Dinnie Moeahu, McCallum, taku ingoa. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Dinnie McCallum. I am a mokopuna and descendant of the Nōpera noble whānau. My late grandmother, Veronica Webb Noble, married a Pākehā man, Rodney Webb, and since the co-creation of our bloodline continues, flourishing with much more mixed tamariki and mokopuna. My late Aunt Daisy Noble, Tihi Ann Daisy Noble, worked alongside the former Negotiations Minister, Chris Finlayson, and late MP, Chester Burrows. She dedicated her life work to her whānau, hapu, marae, iwi, and our local community. She had been to Parliament and the Waitangi Tribunal and posted many communications to debate modern day laws and repeal actions that subjected our people to more injustice at the hands and the voices of a few who sit inside the Parliamentary House. In 2015, I was a young wahine following the footsteps mō te hikoi o Waipounamu, where we journeyed down through the South Island, stopping in Dunedin to honour taku aroha and give our respects to our tupuna who were prisoners of war. Later arriving in Hokitika, where many more of our tupuna settle. In my lifetime, I have witnessed the beauty of the principles in action and inaction. This submission acknowledges historical and modern day context. It is for us reading and reviewing this document to view the Treaty Principles Bill through the lens of written te tiriti o Waitangi, recognising the history of harmful legislative measures and ensuring any bill supports a just and equitable partnership between Māori and the Crown. We all understand time. We view it on our watches, devices, calendars, retrospectively viewing it through the whenua, the sky, our whānau and our tonga. The history of legislation affecting Māori rights is one of alienation and marginalisation, beginning soon after the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi in 1840. The following examples illustrate the devastating impact of Crown actions on Māori sovereignty and well-being. 1. Confiscation and alienation of land. New Zealand Settlements Act 1863. This act enabled the confiscation of vast tracts of Māori land under the pretext of punishing rebellion. For iwi such as Ngāruahine, this led to the loss of ancestral land and the erosion of cultural and economic foundations. Criminalisation of peaceful protests, invasion of Parihaka, 1881. The Crown's violent response to peaceful resistance at Parihaka devastated communities, and it remains a symbol of the Crown's failure to uphold its treaty obligations. Suppression of cultural identity. Tohunga Suppression Act, 1907. Targeted Māori traditional healers and undermined cultural practices. The Act epitomised the Crown's disregard for the intrinsic value of Māori knowledge systems. These examples represent a broader pattern of legislation that systematically undermined the guarantees of tino rangatiratanga, promised in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Present-day parallels. Modern legislation continues to reflect challenges that echo the historical breaches of Te Tiriti, including resource management and environmental oversight. The Resource Management Act 1991 has historically marginalised Māori voices in environmental decision-making, leading to the degradation of sites of cultural significance and limited direction over natural resources. Land and resource ownership. Contemporary legislation, such as Overseas Investment Act 2005, can facilitate land sales and exclude meaningful Māori consultation, perpetuating land alienation similar to historical confiscations. Inadequate acknowledgement of Te Tiriti. Laws that incorporate treaty principles often interpret them through a narrow lens, prioritising Crown sovereignty over true partnership or co-governance arrangements. Foreshore and Seabed Act 2004 transferred ownership of the foreshore and seabed to the Crown, preventing Māori from claiming customary title through the courts, overrode Māori tino rangatira and property rights promised under Article 2. My tamariki, tāne and whānau reside at my pā, Kānehi. Our traditional homeland, Mawhitiwhiti, was only metres from present-day location. These ancestral lands connect to one many well-known rangatira tupuna, Sir William Fox, o Te Karere Omahudu, Takupapa and Te Tokowaru. These tupuna are recited in many historical textbooks, papers, library archives, and written texts like The Fox Boy, the story of an abducted child by Peter Walker. To this day, we are still seeing the ripple effects Crown has had in dismantling land, subjecting people to improper and unjust convictions, and limitation of resources. The present-day decisions have now further tarnished and rolled back decades of mahi from tangata tiriti, tangata whenua, and many alike. For a fleeting moment, we were seeing change, real, positive, and purposeful change. Select Committee, I urge you with caution when navigating these submissions. You are reading real, raw, historical, and present-day facts of many. I urge you to read with an open mind and disregard any biased learnings or narratives had before. It is then you will feel and see the true effect of not only historical texts, but just how relevant and parallel this is with our modern day lawmaking.
Jenny, look, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but we're
Yes.
a minute and a half over time now, and I do note that we do have your written submission and you're reading from the submission.
Got it.
So, what the committee will continue passing the rest of your submission. But just want to thank you
Thank
for
you.
being with us this morning and for providing your oral presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jenny. We'll go now to our submission from James Maddock, and I don't think James is in the room. No, James is joining us online. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hello, kia ora.
James, thank you for being with us. If you can, there you are up in the corner there. So thank you for joining us. I think you're beaming in from across the Tasman, are you?
Hi,
So,
that's right. Yep.
Welcome. Thank you for being with the committee this morning. We've got you for a 5-minute slot, so I'll hand over straight to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm mihi nui ki a koutou te tia mana me te komiti. I am joining you this morning from Wurundjeri country, where there is not yet a treaty and where land was never ceded. I want to join the many others in my deep gratitude for your diligent work of service for us all and your kind attention today. My name is James Maddock. I am of mainly Irish and English descent. I was born in Ototaki, Christchurch. My mother is from the Ma family of Marlborough, my father from the Maddocks, who are connected to the Hebeli whānau of Te Tauihu. I am staunchly opposed to this bill. Now, I'd originally planned to talk directly to the points in my written submission, but after listening to so many of the submitters on both sides of the discussion, I feel like I need to say something about what I really think is at the core of the issue here. I asked myself, is this really a contest of treaty text versus context, or the rights that it confers or doesn't? And I found that I needed to kind of pull back a little bit and look at this bill in a broader context of what's going on at the same time. I thought, who is really benefiting from this bill? So I think it's really about political opportunism. I think this is quite simply a cynical power grab using a misdirection of public sentiment as cover to remove treaty safeguards and clear the path for a kind of self-serving, short-sighted profit. Imposing a rigid definition of principles follows an obvious colonial playbook, turning communal resources into individual assets that are ready for privatization, sale and purchase. The Treaty Principles Bill is just one part of what I see as a clear plan to strip protections, deregulate, sell New Zealand to the highest bidder. So I want to look at this bill alongside everything else that's going on right now and draw attention to, for example, the Fast Track Approvals Bill, which wants to greenlight destructive resource extraction, the Regulatory Standards Bill, gutting protections that limit corporate access, the Employment Relations Act changes, weakening workers' rights to favour largest employers at workers' expense, the Māori Health Authority reveal, RMA changes, repeals and replacements, opening land and water to unrestricted exploitation. We've got the education funding reforms that lay the groundwork for privatising schools, the Three Waters repeal, which will probably force councils towards water privatisation, housing market artificial constrictions, public health destabilisation, gutting healthcare services to justify future sell-offs. I feel like I'm watching a Rogernomics reboot. Unsurprising really if you remember who founded the ACT Party. It's like an in-your-face play to aggressively concentrate wealth and power, leaving everyday New Zealanders worse off while corporations and millionaires clean up. I think this bill intentionally removes the need to negotiate with Māori stakeholders on their legitimate interests, their assets, taonga, kaitiakitanga, shutting them out while opening the farm gates for corporate exploitation. This isn't about fairness or equality or what the treaty says. It's about profit. So I really think this parliament and this government are at another crossroads. The treaty isn't simple. Identity isn't simple. But this coalition government is betting that if they make it look simple, people will swallow it. Leadership, for me, means seeing past the white noise of division and articulating the problems and the solutions in ways that make the best path forward obvious to us all, and not just allowing corporate interests to buy up our country and our future. This isn't about the next election cycle or financial year. This is about how do we want it to feel when we say, I am a Kiwi. What do we want that to mean? I urge the committee to frame the treaty as a continuing national conversation and not to endorse the libertarian spin for a cheap short-term corporatist win. In my view, this bill is a fraud. It is not what it pretends to be. It is constitutionally reckless, and it intentionally incites polarization. So rather than defining treaty principles in isolation, this government and parliament must guide a genuine conversation that brings us all along together with clear understanding as we continue to carefully form our national identity. Nā tōroro, nā takuroro, Hauora e tiwi. Kia ora tātou. If there's time for a question, I'd love that.
Thanks, James. Unfortunately, that is exactly 5 minutes up on the clock, so just want to acknowledge your submission and thank you for being before the committee this morning.
Kia ora tātou.
Got it, James.
Right, so we're going to go to submission now from, turn the page, Te Puna Hauora Matua or Hauraki, and Taima Campbell is with us. Morning, Taima. Thank you for being with us. We've got you before us for 10 minutes this morning, so I will just reset the clock and hand over to you now.
O tēnā koutou katoa, e mihi ana ki a koutou, mai te tara o te whai, te tara o te ika a Māui, e mihi ana ki a koutou katoa. Ko Taima Campbell tōku ingoa, no pari hauraki ahau, nā te tamatera, nā te maru, nā te kiriwira nā hapu, ko au te manakura Hauora mo te Puna Hauora Matua o Hauraki, the Hauraki PHO. Kia ora, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. I just wanted to start a little bit by just acknowledging that the Hauraki PHO was created and established by the Hauraki Māori Trust Board and Te Korowai Hauora o Hauraki. And I think it's useful to also point out there are only 5 Māori PHOs left in the country as a consequence of many policy changes in the past. But at this point in time, our membership includes some of our Māori providers in the Wakatu as well as Hauraki, particularly Raukura Hauora or Tainui, Te Kōhao Health, and as I mentioned, Te Korowai Hauora or Hauraki. Also want to acknowledge that some of our providers were also party to the Waitangi Tribunal Y2575 Hauora claim as well. So I wanted to acknowledge their contribution as well. I'm a registered nurse. I have been working in the health sector for about 35 years, maybe a little bit longer. And I've worked in a number of different kind of roles, both in hospital, community, as a nurse in terms of general pediatrics as my clinical specialty, and also in leadership roles, and currently have been in this kind of capacity for the last 3 years. I also wanted to acknowledge that I've been listening to these kind of sessions, and I've made my staff who are also listening today listen to this, because I think there's a great opportunity for education and understanding about what's going on in our sector. And I think, there's obviously a great master's or PhD that could come out of all these submissions. But I want to acknowledge the voices of kaumātua, elders, researchers, knowledge keepers, colleagues, peers, and whānau who've also contributed in their submissions and their voice to opposition to this bill. I'd also like to acknowledge that many of my health and other kind of peak bodies in terms of health entities have also submitted applications in terms of opposition to this bill. Just before I get into my comments, which I'd like to kind of focus more in terms of health policy, I'm mindful that many of my iwi leaders in kaumātua would probably disagree with there being any principles getting in the way between the acknowledgement of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the articles, and that's where things should stand. But we have enjoyed and had the opportunity to use the 3 Ps, if you like, in terms of principles to support health policy planning for the last 30 years. So I just wish to focus my comments in that regard. We've had some comments also about current health policy being described as race-based, Māori having special rights and treatment, and that this is all unfair and unjust. I think you've had a significant volume of submissions which actually point to the contrary. Evidence data feedback from our communities completely rejects this narrative, which has been reflected in decades of data and accepted by policymakers for some time now. I think I'd like to just kind of make a comment as well about the cabinet circular that was issued in September last year, which has also created some stress and tension in our system in terms of how we actually look at health policy going forward. And as you appreciate, the health sector is under significant change, and health policy is fragile, in my opinion, at this point in time. But the policy, the circular states that the government seeks to ensure that all New Zealanders, regardless of ethnicity or personal identity, have access to public services that are appropriate and effective for them, and that services are not arbitrarily allocated on the basis of ethnicity or any other aspect of identity. So when I read that, that to me is basically shorthand for one size will fit all. But I'm also mindful of the words of Dr. Irihapati Ramsden, and when she was promoting the kaupapa of cultural safety, and what her words were that we should be providing services regardful of the individuals who are receiving them. So we should be paying attention to the ethnicity of the individuals, their beliefs, their values, their histories, rather than ignoring them and looking into having a one-size-fits-all. And then it goes on to talk a little bit about there are many variables that can be used to identify and assess need. And all these variables should be considered before ethnic identity is automatically used to determine need. I think there's a number of different researchers, epidemiologists, and other people that would probably argue that ethnicity is one of the strongest indicators for need. And well, we might put age and sex up as another, and that's largely what determines our capitation funding at the moment. That there is stronger evidence to support ethnicity as being a descriptor of need and assessment, not only of what might be required to prioritise for a community or a population, but also to look at our performance and how we're achieving better outcomes for our community. So ethnicity, we believe, is a powerful marker of need over and above all factors such as socioeconomic deprivation and rurality. And there's strong epidemiological evidence to support this. Just resorting back to other indicators such as the New Zealand Debt Index or things like that really assesses the social conditions of a neighbourhood, not the people. And I think we need to also look at age if that's just being used as a bit of a marker for need. Often we're sort of predicting that as you grow older, you will need more services. At a younger age, you will need different services, but it doesn't take into account the fact that Māori live less lives, less longer in terms of life expectancy than other parts of the population. A really good example for us was really just the debate we've been having about introduction of bowel screening for the population. So at the moment, the entry level age for that is 60. We argued that due to Māori life expectancy, we should decrease the age, which was trialled for a period of time in the Wakatu and has now stopped. And so that really fails to recognise the fact that Māori actually sort of live shorter lives, and so they should be gaining access to these services a little sooner. I also just wanted to just kind of point out a couple of other key points in terms of that. So we've also had the debate about equity and fairness. I'm probably not going to debate that. I think you've had quite a lot of better presenters and people presenting arguments to that effect. But I just wanted to finish off in terms of, I can see my time is running down already, with a few key comments in my statements really, which is if ethnic health inequalities in New Zealand are unjust and avoidable, it is our job as health professionals, health providers, health policymakers to use all the tools at our disposal for intervention. It is a strong marker of health need and evidence-based way of targeting healthcare resources, and ethnicity data should be routinely used to identify need, design health interventions, and monitor the effectiveness of the service. So I might just kind of pause there and see if there are any questions left in my time remaining.
Good, thanks, Taima. We've got a lineup of questions. We've probably only got time for one or two. The first is from Helen White, and then if there's time, Steve Abel.
Thanks. I'd just love to ask you about your experience in that PHO. I've heard a lot of people say that once you focus as you have, it actually has a spillover to the whole community. So you're actually learning lessons. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
I think for all Māori providers, the kaupapa is manaakitanga. So it's our job to lift the up mana of all of our community. And so by doing that, we actually lift everyone else's. So we're here for the whole community, not just for Māori. We've said that all the time. And we think that the way that we deliver things will make a benefit for the whole community. We've got many examples, but no time for that.
Sorry.
But, we're here for everyone. Tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Taima. Very quickly from Steve.
Yeah, just a quick one. I wonder if the public understand that not being able to use ethnicity as a target for need would be like not being able to pay attention to someone's age in terms of targeting healthcare, and how badly does that impact your ability to do that?
I don't think that people understand what ethnicity is. And the race-based kind of discussion comes up, race is really what someone else decided you were, and it was a social construct to put, people in a hierarchy. Ethnicity is what I decide. This is who I am. This is what's important to me. It reflects the way I choose to live my life, what's important to me. And I don't think that that's very well understood by the New Zealand public.
Got it.
Thanks, Taima. Thanks for your submission this morning on behalf of Te Puna Hauora, Matua, Hauraki. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. That time went so fast, sorry.
We'd like to invite now up to the table the representatives from the Public Health Communication Centre Aotearoa. So we've got Professor Michael Baker, Associate Professor Anaru Wā, and Dr. John Kerr. Thank you all for being with us this morning. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to start the presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Michael Baker, toko ingoa. So we're pleased to have this opportunity to present in person today on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. We are all staff of the University of Otago, Wellington, and all have positions with the Public Health Communication Centre, the PHCC. We're here to clarify key messages from our submission and then take questions. I'm a Professor of Public Health and the Director of the PHCC, and will briefly summarise why this bill is a threat to public health and should be rejected. My colleague, Associate Professor Anaru Wā, is a distinguished public health and Māori health researcher. He is going to talk about why equity is so important to advancing public health, and can also comment on the false narrative of Māori health privilege. My colleague, Dr. John Kerr, is the science lead for the Public Health Communication Centre. He has a PhD in social psychology and is well placed to comment on the importance of social cohesion to a healthy society and how this bill threatens that. You have our written submission and the attached briefing article. As you can see, the PHCC opposes this bill and encourages the committee to reject it. Our submission details 3 key reasons for opposing the bill, which I won't read out in full. Our third point describes how the bill will undermine public health and equity in Aotearoa, New Zealand. The paper we included as part of our submission provides a lot more information on this point, including a list of 5 ways in which this bill undermines public health. It includes extensive references to published evidence to support these statements. I want to talk about one example that I have studied extensively, including more than 30 published peer-reviewed papers on the subject. This is rheumatic fever, a disease of childhood that follows some strep, throat, and skin infections. Many cases progress to severe valve damage, which leads to a life of chronic illness and often premature death. It is also highly costly for our healthcare system and society. This is a disease that's virtually vanished from other high-income countries. It is shameful to see we still have this disease in New Zealand. The current treaty focus on equity provides a useful framework for responding to this health challenge. Unfortunately, a core feature of the new bill before us shifts the focus to equality and treating all New Zealanders the same. Rheumatic fever illustrates why that change defies reality. Firstly, the rate of rheumatic fever for Māori children is more than 20 times higher than for European and other children. Prevention and management needs to consider ethnicity rather than take an all-of-population approach. Secondly, we need to consider the modifiable social determinants that drive rheumatic fever, which our research published in The Lancet shows a household crowding and poor access to healthcare. These social determinants disproportionately affect Māori children. Again, we need to consider ethnicity and equity rather than equality in how we deliver services to address these causes. We favour continuing the direction that Aotearoa New Zealand has taken over the last 50 years of discussion and negotiation, including by the Waitangi Tribunal, to refine a set of realistic treaty principles which are highly suited to addressing problems like rheumatic fever. As you know, the health sector uses 5 of these key principles now. The first is tino rangatiratanga, drawing on Article 2, and this provides for Māori self-determination. For example, Māori taking a leading role in the design and delivery of rheumatic fever prevention and treatment programs. The second principle, equity, drawing on Article 3. This is, for example, ensuring Māori have equitable access to healthcare services to treat the strep, sore throats, and skin infections that cause rheumatic fever. The third principle, active protection, is around equitable health outcomes for Māori. It supports improved housing supply as Māori children are disproportionately exposed to overcrowding, which is a major risk factor for rheumatic fever. The fourth principle, options, drawing on Article 2. This is ensuring that services are culturally appropriate. For example, Māori-led initiatives providing community-based care tailored to Māori needs. And the fifth principle that's evolved, partnership, and this is working in partnership with Māori in governance design and delivery. And for example, co-design of healthcare solutions for Māori to ensure culturally appropriate interventions for rheumatic fever. By upholding these current principles derived from the treaty, the government can create more effective, equitable, and culturally appropriate responses to rheumatic fever and other important health problems we face. So in summary, from a health perspective, the treaty principles bill before us does not provide a workable basis to address the entrenched inequities that are driving our main public health problems. The bill is absurd and divisive and should be rejected. Instead, we can make a positive choice to continue pursuing a vibrant, inclusive, multicultural country built on a strong Tiriti foundation that provides a practical base for improving public health for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Baker. We've got some time for questions, so I'll go first to Steve Abel, then Todd Stevenson.
Kia ora, thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Professor. It is an absurd piece of legislation, but how are you concerned that laws like this will effectively forbid you from doing ethnic targeting, even when it might be the best marker for health need?
Well, basically, the legal framework extends to regulations and ultimately affects the priority of programs. So that is a big concern. The current model of negotiating the treaty via the Waitangi Tribunal, developing principles that will evolve over time to reflect changing needs, we find provides a very effective basis for developing programs, not just for rheumatic fever, but looking right across the board at many of the major threats to health, and that includes tobacco use and nutrition.
A quick follow-up to clarify, please, Mr. Chair.
We'll go to Todd and Tracy first, then circle back if we have time, Steve. So Todd Stevenson, then Tracy McCallum.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. In your rheumatic fever example, you talked about overcrowding in housing being a big major contributing factor. Isn't that the most effective thing to target as an intervention?
Well, it's one. I mean, the other is provision of health services. And our research suggests we need a much bigger focus on treating skin infections in children. And that's very much around access to health services. And unfortunately, Māori children are not getting to health services to the same extent as other groups. And our case control study showed that poor access to primary healthcare was associated with much higher risk of rheumatic fever. So it is a modifiable factor.
Thanks. We'll go to Tracy and McCallum.
Thank you, and kia ora everybody. Do you have any analyses on what the cost might be from shifting that focus away from equity to equality, or just dumping that focus? There must be some, even looking at, say, rheumatic fever as an example, or any aspect of health as an example.
Yes, in our paper that was attached to our submission, there's a link to some literature on this, and this looks at the paper that calculated or estimated the cost of health inequities between Māori and non-Māori adults was costing 863 million per year. And there's another analysis for children. A big component is the cost of years of life lost, but also lost wages from decreased productivity. So there are some very good attempts to try and quantify the cost of inequity in New Zealand.
Thanks, Professor Baker. Now I'll go to a question from Takato Tashki, but just before I do that, Te Pāti Māori don't have a permanent member of the subcommittee, so I'll just seek leave from the committee members to allow Tash to participate. Any objections to that? No, thank you. Takato Tashki, question.
Well, tēnā koutou, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our submitters. Just a quick question. How will this bill impact the practice for public health clinicians?
Well,
if it goes through.
Yeah, well, I think we have evolved a set of, excuse me, the current principles are providing a very effective base for developing programs. Excuse me. So I think any shift away from that is going to disrupt many of our institutions and processes. One area that I think is vitally important, and my university is involved in this, and this is the training of health professionals. And we have a program, was called a Mirror on Society, which is about making sure that the health workforce reflects the ethnicity of New Zealanders. So this promotes more Māori and Pacific doctors and other health workers. And we know from other research that services where clinicians resemble the mix of the communities they're serving are more effective, and there's better attendance and participation, and it's likely to improve issues like vaccine coverage. So that would be one very tangible area where I think we do need to take an equity approach rather than simply an equality model.
Thanks, Professor Baker. That's the time we've got this morning. So I just want to acknowledge your presentation and thank you on behalf of the committee for being with us.
Thanks for the opportunity.
We'll now go to submission from John Sanko. John is joining us online. And John, thank you for being with us. We've got you for a 5-minute slot this morning, so I'll hand over to you to start your presentation. John, we don't have any audio for you at the moment.
Working now?
Yes, it is now. Go ahead now.
Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I just speaking to in regards to preposition and anxiety and excitement to take part of the democratic process. Part of my background is that my nana was Kiwi, my grandfather was Croatian, mum, dad, and myself all Kiwi. I know no other land other than this. I am of this land. I'm here to support the bill, and the points that I have that I'd like to make are as follows. I'm not of privilege. I came from a very basic background, state schools, all the way through. Dad bought his own house through state advances years ago, lived through the Depression eating bread and dripping. So we're not of privilege. I support this bill basically because of what it is saying, that the government has the right to govern, the government will honour all New Zealanders and chiefmanship in their land and property, and all New Zealanders are equal under the law. To me, I cannot see how those three principles are divisive. It brings us together as one. The treaty, I think, is a magnificent document. It isn't this bill isn't designed to replace the treaty. It is designed to merely update it like we do with the apps on our phones and computers, where we need to fix bugs and make performance improvements. The courts injected the idea of principles into the treaty, and they failed to define them. And this is where we find ourselves now, because there's no definition. Courts do not create legislation in this country, the Crown does. The courts merely adjudicate on that legislation. The time is right to have this discussion, and I ask that we be mature enough to be able to have a discussion without divisive rhetoric and things like calling people racist and rednecks for having a different opinion to others. Were there treaty grievances? Yes, there were. The Crown acted and stole land that it shouldn't have, and the Crown and successive governments have worked hard to put this right, and for that I think we should congratulate ourselves. My harshest criticism really is in regard to the media and the way that they have portrayed this bill. This bill is, I think, at a point where the country needs to come together and move forward as one. They've labelled it, or the media have taken a narrative and a position on this and have constantly promoted it. Nothing more highlights this than the interviews with Sean Plunkett at the Hikoi, and that was probably the best part of reporting I've seen for many years, where many of them did not understand what they were actually there supporting. And they were there thinking that the treaty was going to be changed and ditched. So the real question that I have is, and I hope that the country is mature enough to have a discussion and take this forward, to put aside any tribalism, which I feel is where we're heading, and where, as a country, we rallied against South Africa. In summary, I think we have to move forward as one. The only way the Waka moves forward is moving together. And as my past father-in-law once greatly said, the only thing you get from looking backwards is a stiff neck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your submission this morning. That's the 5 minutes we have before us. So just on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank you for your time and for making the effort to come and present before us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rose. We're going to move now to a submission from David Clark, familiar face from my patch of the woods. David, good morning. Thank you for beaming in from mid-Canterbury. We've got you for 5 minutes this morning. I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation. You're on mute, Dave.
Sorry, technological problems. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is David Clark. I'm sure you will have read my submission. Look, I'm a son, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a farmer. We farm next to the Ashburton River in mid-Canterbury. This is our Te Ranga Waiwai. This is our place. This is the place that we stand as a family. In my submission, I detailed that my great-grandfather arrived here. He jumped ship in Auckland. He arrived here with nothing. And over a long period of time across our generations, we've worked hard. We've worked the land. We've lived in small communities across New Zealand. And we find ourselves here in mid-Canterbury, and we look upon ourselves as wanting to be a responsible member of our community. But I am concerned about where we're heading as a country and the division that is being prospered and how we're being taken down a path of being divided by race rather than brought together by race, or brought together as one. Now, in my submission, I posed the question to you all that had my great-grandfather ended up marrying and having children with a lady with Maori bloodlines, would that qualify my children, my family, as they've moved through the generations to have had special treatment? I guess the second part to that question is that if my wife had Maori bloodlines herself, would our children going forward be due special treatment or differentiation under the law? So I would put it to the committee that we are a multicultural country in New Zealand here. We have a lot of Pacifica people here. We have a lot of people of Asian extraction. We have some wonderful Filipinos that have come in, particularly working in our dairy industry, particularly in mid-Canterbury. And I would like to see us all treated equally and equitably under the law, and that the law, the legislation and governance look upon need and target need, regardless of the racial background of the people that are involved. So from a social point of view, I am concerned at where we're going, and as we become a more multicultural nation, how that plays out if we're not acting as one. The other issue I have with the development over time, and what I've seen here in my time in Canterbury, is a change with the way we enact legislation and we manage resources, in so much that we're now having much more influence at a political level or at a regional governance level around how we manage those resources. Now, instead of any issues that are between the Crown and iwi being settled at a high level, we're now being required to I guess debate that out at an individual consent level. And we've certainly seen examples here in Canterbury where the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai is being weaponised and causing great difficulty within those resource consent hearings. Now, if there are issues between the Crown and iwi, they need to be settled at that level. We need to develop a policy that is a level policy for all then to operate within. We can't go down this idea, continue to prosper this idea that Maori were great conservators and have more of an influence over the management of resources than the rest of us. I find that actually quite offensive as a person that is intrinsically linked to the land, to find that my sense of responsibility would be any less than others. So in conclusion, I don't see that there is any future for us as a country going forward as the Indigenous and the coloniser and pitting each other against us. And whether the bill wording is exactly right or not, these are issues that are going to have to be resolved for us to move forward as a multicultural society. Thank you for your time, and I welcome a question if there's time.
Thanks, David. Look, it's 5 minutes goes really quickly in these things, so there is no time left, but just want to acknowledge you being before the committee today, and thank you for your submission.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, guys. We'll go to our next submission from Wayne Pallison. Wayne's joining us online as well. Just note, members, we are running about 12 minutes behind, so we'll probably push through the scheduled break. Good morning, Wayne. Thank you for being before the committee this morning. We've got you for 5 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to start your presentation.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Can I just request that we have at least a 5-minute pee break, because we're going to literally be sitting down for about 4 or 5 hours.
Members are fully entitled to leave as they see fit, but we are running behind and we are needing to keep the schedule, so we'll keep pushing through. But members can take up to 10 minutes to leave the room and it won't affect quorum. So I will reset the clock, Wayne, and we'll go over to you now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm presenting as a concerned individual, father and grandfather, a little bit similar to the two previous presenters. I'm concerned with the direction New Zealand has gone regarding race relations, particularly over the last 40 years. I support the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill for the following reason. The Treaty of Waitangi doesn't have any principles. It has 3 articles, and it was a pretty basic document when it was put together to keep it simple so everybody could understand what it was about. Article 1 states that the Maori chiefs ceded sovereignty to the British Crown, and I firmly believe that the chiefs of the time knew what they were signing into. They asked the British for help because they were worried about the French. Article 2 states that private property would be protected and property could be sold or purchased through a government office. And by 1865, Maori had sold over 90% of their property. Now, I can't go back and ask for my property that my great-grandfather sold at the price that he sold it for, but that seems to happen these days. Article 3, that stated that all Maori would become British citizens, and that with equal rights to the British settlers who were already here, and that was very important for the Maori chiefs as they had travelled to England. Some of them had travelled to England and they'd seen what life was like over there compared to New Zealand. The treaty definitely doesn't have any principles. In 1987, Justice Cook made the comment that the treaty was akin to a partnership, and that comment heralded the start of numerous principles being made up and fabricated out of thin air that gives superior rights to anyone with the slightest bit of Maori ancestry. Now, my wife and I are very fortunate to have 9 grandchildren. 5 of those grandchildren have Maori ancestry through their father, and 4 of them don't. And I see it's totally wrong that these kids grow up with some of them having different rights and privileges due to who their great-grandfather was, and the other 4 don't, even though they are 5th-generation New Zealanders. And in most countries around the world, this is called racism or apartheid. But in New Zealand, it seems to be the accepted. We need to stop classifying New Zealanders by race, Maori or non-Maori, because New Zealand is made up of New Zealand citizens from more than 160 different countries. And that's what the previous speaker alluded to as well. And if we don't get to have a mature discussion regarding the future of our country with equal rights for everyone, then this issue will come to a head in a civil war. And I don't want that for my grandchildren and future generations or for this beautiful country. And that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Wayne. We've got some time for a couple of questions. I'll take some quick ones from Steve and then Todd if there's time.
Kia ora, Wayne. For your Māori grandchildren, would you feel rightly upset if our medical system didn't acknowledge that they have specific health risks due to their ethnicity, not due to any choices, other choices they've made in life, but due to their ethnicity, such as rheumatic fever, as we just heard? Wouldn't you want our health system to do really efficient targeting of those people who are susceptible to particular illnesses, such as Māori in the case of rheumatic fever?
Steve, that can be done through the health system. It doesn't have to be done through the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi or through law. It can be done through our health system. And I think a lot of the problems stem from the upbringing that the children have.
But these don't. And this is to do with ethnicity.
Sorry, Steve, sorry, we won't interrupt answers because that will delay proceedings and people want to have their small break. So Wayne, I'll allow you to finish, then we'll move on to the next one.
Well, I think my grandchildren are brought up in a pretty good household with, well looked after. And so I think that I don't believe their health will be an issue.
Thank you, Wayne. Look, that's the time this morning. We want to just acknowledge your submission and thank you on behalf of the committee for joining us
Thank
today.
you for giving me the time.
All Right, we'll now move to submission from Alister Gardiner. Alister is with us online now. So Alister, good morning. Thank you for joining the committee. We've got you set down for 5 minutes this morning, so I will hand straight over to you to begin your presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am 78 years old, fourth generation, living in Christchurch. I don't remember ever attending a political rally or a protest. I'm not a member of ACT, but I support this bill. I've listened to presentations from a myriad of organisations with far more resources than me, yet here I am, a private citizen, able to give my views directly to the lawmakers of this land. This illustrates a key concept that I grew up with and cherish: equal opportunity for all. The first point I want to make is that I've seen this universal democratic principle being eroded over the past few decades directly because of Maori activism. This has resulted in the emergence of many new alleged treaty principles that bear little resemblance to those acknowledged in the past by respected leaders, both Maori and Pākehā. The latest interpretations promoted by Maori organisations and now applied within many government departments seem to follow the dictates of Animal Farm, i.e. all people are equal, but some are more equal than others. This is not democracy. In the past, even the Waitangi Tribunal in 1983 succinctly described the treaty as the gift of the right to make laws in return for protecting the interests of the Indigenous inhabitants. This seems reasonable as a principle, but I might add that the Crown also gave all the people in New Zealand all the rights and privileges of British citizens. These are, to me, the two fundamental principles of the treaty. Having said that, I acknowledge that the Crown has not always kept its side of the bargain, but then redress for these omissions is what the treaty settlement industry is all about. In 1987, Sir Robin Cook's first and third principles were Crown acquisition of sovereignty in exchange for protection and freedom of the Crown to govern. The other main principle was that Maori retain rangatiratanga over their resources and have all citizen privileges. These echo the ones I mentioned earlier. Why have these basic principles, which were apparently acceptable then, now been overwhelmed and bypassed by a raft of generally imprecise and divisive alternatives, which bear little relationship to what either version of the treaty actually says? For example, the Waitangi Tribunal in 2024 now includes partnership and reciprocity, active protection, good government, equity, redress, and guarantee of rangatiratanga. What happened to gift to the Crown to make laws, or freedom of the Crown to govern, and Maori have all citizen privileges, or same rights and duties? It is now hard to find these key principles on the Waitangi Tribunal website. In many of our government departments, e.g. MB, DOC now has 9 treaty principles, Ministry of Health, etc. Equality has been replaced by a policy of equity for Maori. The way equity is being implemented, in my view, is leading to inequality. Then elsewhere, we have partnership, protection, and participation as principles, which could be construed by eloquent lawyers to mean about anything. It is no wonder that the people like me are becoming alarmed, asking questions, and wanting more clarity. I would like to see the government at least confirm the 2 underlying principles that have been recognised as fundamental to both the treaty and our parliamentary democracy. Firstly, that the Crown, being the legitimate government, has the freedom to govern, principle 1, and that all New Zealanders are equal under the law and have the same human rights, principle 2. This leaves principle 3. This leaves principle 2 of the bill, which I do have reservations about. I think this principle needs to be more open-ended and should be further worked on. In this regard, nowhere in either version of the treaty does it say that rangatira, translated as chief, included control over the ordinary people, only over lands, villages, and all their treasures. I think the whole issue of sovereignty is a huge red herring. The Maori version of the treaty makes no mention of it. A unified future can only be achieved with clear direction from Parliament on what the treaty principles are. Otherwise, arguments and what I call interpretive creep will continue forever and at immense social and financial cost. What the signatories of the treaty actually understood can now never be settled. I think that without a clear legislated set of treaty principles, the future for New Zealand as a unified sovereign nation is bleak. Thank you.
Thank you, Alister. Thank you for your time this morning. That's the slightly more than the 5 minutes, but that's fine. The committee just wants to pass on its appreciation for you being with us and for your submission.
Thank you.
Now going to move to a submission from Matanuku Mahuika. So I'll just put the 10 minutes back on the clock for you, Matanuku. Kia ora, thank you for being with us this morning. I will hand over to you for your 10-minute presentation now. The clock won't start. I'm just going to do some technical work here, but I'll hand over to you now.
Tēnā koe te hiamana, tēnā koutou I te komiti. E whai wāhi mōku ki te haramai akanohi, ki te whakaputa atu aku whakaaro mo tēnei pire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also to the committee. I recognise there was a lot of demand for people to come and present, and I understand that it's a privilege that I'm able to be here today to do this. I have 5 points that I'm going to make, and maybe a comment that I have to make at the end. I'm hopeful that that will only take 5 minutes or so. If you don't mind, I've written down what I want to say, rather than just riff, which is my usual tendency.
That's fine.
And so I'll go through the points. First of all, I made the submission on behalf of me and my 4 children. I did this because the direction we take on this bill will have a bearing on the direction that our country takes, and it will therefore affect the country that my children inherit. Look, there may well be a benefit in a national conversation on the Treaty of Waitangi. And I say may because I think this is a conversation that we have been having for decades and that we will continue to have. What I will say is that the process that we are following now is not, in my view, the way to have the conversation. I, like many others, have participated in this process because there has been no choice. Because the consequence of not participating is that voices that oppose this bill will not be heard. My participation in this process is not because I believe this is the right way to have this conversation. Secondly, I've heard it said that our form of democracy means that Parliament should determine the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, not the courts and not the Waitangi Tribunal. In my view, this is wrong. The right to exercise kāwanatanga in Article 1 has always been subject to the exercise of tino rangatiratanga under Article 2. Parliament is the vehicle through which kāwanatanga is exercised. It is not independent. The courts and the Waitangi Tribunal are independent, and they are governed by well-established rules and principles. An independent court is the cornerstone or a cornerstone of our parliamentary democracy. The courts and the Waitangi Tribunal play an important role in holding Parliament to account and ensuring that there continues to be a principled basis to develop our unique treaty jurisprudence. Rather than being undemocratic, the court's role in determining treaty principles is entirely consistent with our democratic ideals. Thirdly, I had the benefit of watching the submission by Professor Dean Knight from Victoria University. I agree entirely with his view that the bill may well be unconstitutional. At the very least, the bill is entirely inconsistent with the Treaty of Waitangi. The effect of the bill is that Parliament would be using its right to exercise kāwanatanga so as to suppress, and I think in this case extinguish, any obligation in relation to the exercise of tino rangatiratanga. This would be a misuse of the power that the signatories to the Treaty of Waitangi conferred on Parliament when they agreed to the Crown exercising kāwanatanga. Fourthly, the principles established by the courts in the Waitangi Tribunal are, in my view, entirely certain. They have not developed significantly over time, and we heard reference by earlier submitters to the Lands case in 1987. What has developed is the situations to which the principles and the treaty itself has had to be applied. Being unhappy about how the principles are applied does not make the principles themselves uncertain. It certainly does not warrant the proposed blanket elimination of those principles, which is in effect what the bill proposes. Fifthly, complying with the terms of treaty settlements is not the same as giving effect to Article 2. I have been involved in the negotiation of treaty settlements for 25 years, an alarming number for a couple of reasons, including that it ages me, both as a lawyer and as a negotiator. Treaty settlements are deals that are done. They deal with past Crown Treaty breaches. They involve enormous compromise on the part of the settling iwi and hapu. A principle that says that the Crown will comply with treaty settlements is not a principle. It is just the minimum that can be expected when the Crown enters into a settlement. In other words, that the Crown will be good for its word. It is not and cannot be a substitute for an ongoing obligation to respect the protective covenant that is Article 2 of the Treaty of Waitangi. The comment that I had is that I don't believe that the Treaty of Waitangi is divisive. I don't believe that it confers a privilege or an opportunity on Māori people that privileges them in the sense that Māori people get better outcomes, that they're treated better. And if it was the case, then we would be seeing the Māori population in a very different place to the place where we see it right now. And I believe that the bill is divisive because it is teaching a very young Māori population that the way to get what you want is by shouting across a room for it, not sitting down in the way that the generations before us did to try and find a resolution that moves us all forward together. Mr. Chairman, those are the points that I had to make. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Tēnā koe, Matanuku, thank you. We've got a couple of questions. We'll go first to Takutai Tash Kemp and then Steve Apple.
Well, tēnā koe. How do you think, or what do you think would have been the best way to have the conversation?
Well, to have a conversation without a bill in Parliament that is proposing an outcome that, in my view, effectively eliminates any recognition of Article 2 of the treaty. I think we're mature enough to have that conversation. I actually think that we have been having that conversation for a long time, and we will continue to have it. I heard some submitters say that they feel like they're not welcome in New Zealand, or that this is an attempt to take it over or to expel them. That's not the case. The treaty conversation is about how do we recognise the position of the Māori people, but all move together as one.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
We'll go to Steve Abel.
Kia ora, thank you. And I wonder if we can respond, because picking up on that, it seems that it's an inauthentic conversation, which is its motive is ideological use of race to sow division. And how scurrilous is it for the author of this bill to use an idea of equality to take rights away from tangata whenua Māori, to extinguish, as you say, tino rangatiratanga?
I didn't want, in coming to the committee, to comment on the motives of those that have proposed this bill. Really wanted to focus on the outcome of it. And that's not me avoiding the question, but it does no good in the debate if I cast aspersions or am disparaging towards the promoters of this. I think what I would say is I strongly disagree that this is the right way to do this, and that's why I'm here today.
Sure, Matanuku. Well said. Look, we do have time for further questions if the committee wishes, or we could thank Matanuku. So we'll take one more from Steve.
Yeah, kia ora. And I appreciate your naturally gentle nature in terms of not wanting to pick a fight where you don't need to, but to make your point so powerfully. And I toku you in that. And I just wanted to say, how are you inspired by the response of your own children and by people around us in defense of Te Tiriti? Because it feels to me that we have an uprising demonstrating an actual deep national care and national cohesion around upholding Te Tiriti. And how do you feel that that will override this negative process right now in the course of time?
Two aspects to my answer to that question. The fact that there are so many young people that are energized or engaged in this debate gives you hope that that we will be able to have this conversation with ourselves in a sensible way going into the future. But it also worries me. It worries me because I'm seeing division coming out of this bill. I don't know if that, and I doubt that was the intention of the promoters of it, but that's the consequence of it. And the Māori population is a large, growing and young population. And we want them to learn that there are ways that we can engage with each other that don't involve protesting and don't involve, having strong words with each other across rooms.
Kia ora, Matanuku. Thank you for your time here this morning and being with us in person to give your presentation. We appreciate it deeply.
Thank you.
We are now going to move to a submission online from Christopher Lee. Chris is with us online. Thank you for being with us, Christopher. We've got you for 5 minutes slot this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the intent of this bill because separatism has metastasized into sedition, which aims to create tribal sovereignty in place of our sovereign liberal democracy. Radical Maori and their non-Maori fellow travellers have been emboldened by the success of their ahistorical revisionist treaty education programs and white privilege workshops. The sedition has been enabled by a naive and or gullible white guilt public on the one hand, and by cynical organisations concerned only with financial and or political expediency on the other. Institutions and bureaucracies aid and abet this sedition because they are suffused with groupthink underpinned by the inordinate fear of being labelled racist. That said, I do not support progressing this bill because it is a political compromise which avoids rather than challenges the revisionist meanings of kāwanatanga and tino rangatiratanga. It also creates a new principle of undefined Māori rights, supposedly existing at the time of Te Tiriti was signed, even though ceding sovereignty and gaining the rights and privileges of British subjects actually extinguished any pre-existing rights. The bill also claims that the treaty principles, as defined at this time, help reconcile differences between the Te Reo Maori and English texts. Firstly, the two treaties statement perpetuates the long-standing false notion that the official English version of the treaty was the version translated to Te Tiriti. This is demonstrably wrong. Martin Dutre's excellent research into the so-called Littlewood Treaty, which was discovered in 1989, proves that the Littlewood Treaty was the final English draft of Te Tiriti and provides clear evidence of the intended meanings of the words in Te Tiriti. In particular, kāwanatanga means sovereignty and tino rangatiratanga means guaranteed ownership of property, the latter applying to all the people then in New Zealand. Secondly, in addition to my comment above, any concept of pan-Maori rights and interests can no longer be credibly sustained given the wide range of philosophical, political and religious views among Maori. It is also ludicrous to suggest that the mixed-race branches of many established New Zealand families should possess more rights and interests than others. To cure the seditious cancer, we need to first recognise that New Zealand has built its sovereignty through many steps over many years. One of those steps was the creation of the Waitangi Tribunal, and Maori who have participated in Treaty of Waitangi claims have implicitly accepted New Zealand Crown sovereignty, whether or not their ancestors signed the treaty. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any solutions to this problem, but I would, with two provisos, strongly support the teaching of a compulsory course of New Zealand history to children from year 10 onwards. The provisos being, 1, the students are first taught how to think, research and debate independently. 2, accurate historical material is presented in a disinterested and unbiased way with independent references. I do know that if we wish to remain a sovereign liberal democracy, we need to stop trying to appease Maori radicals and undo the proliferation of false treaty principles, particularly those of partnership and co-governance, which are merely interim steps towards tribal sovereignty in New Zealand. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Christopher. Look, unless the question's really quick, Steve, we'll probably just have to move on to the next submission. We'll take that as moving on to the next submission. Sorry, look, thank you, Christopher. We are grateful for you to be with us for the 5 minutes this morning. We appreciate you speaking to your submission and giving your thoughts. Thank you.
And thank you for your chairmanship.
Right, so we're going to go now to our submission so we are scheduled to have a break, but we're going to push through. There is a cancelled submission at 11:20, so we'll take a short break then. So we're going to move on to our submission scheduled on time from Te Ora Hau o Tautahi, and joining us should be Danette Abraham Tiatia. Yeah, I can see Hannah. Kia ora, Danette, and your team. Thank you for being with us. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over straight to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, o tēnā tata katoa he me tēnei ki a koutou I tēnei ata. We are from Te Ora Hau o Tautahi. We are a kaupapa Māori faith-based organisation that work in o Tautahi here in Papanui. And we are here to just explain why we put a submission in for this bill. We actively engage with urban rangatahi Māori and whānau Māori here in our community, and we see the effects of conversations like this and how it has an effect on our community. So I'm going to hand over to, personally, I whakapapa to Ngai Tūhoe Ngā Rauru, and those are sovereign nations of Aotearoa, as are other iwi and hapu, and we come from that perspective as well. So I'm just going to pass over to Jono.
Kia ora koutou, Māori e, ko Jono Campbell te Ringoa, huri o hau o Kate Mamoi, Ngati Parau me iwi Pākehā. So my role here is kai hautu of Te Ora Hau o Tautahi, and just briefly to Charlotte.
Kia ora koutou, ko Charlotte Tukungoa, ko Ngati Kuri, tōku iwi.
So just a little bit quick brief. Our organisation began in the background to the unrest of the 70s and 80s, established here in Ōtautahi in 1983. And while we have a citywide focus, our attention is primarily on the northwest of Christchurch. And it's in our experience of being involved in Te Ora Hau as urban Māori, initially as rangatahi, now as kaimahi, that we bring the submission. We acknowledge we've heard many experts grounded in tikanga, language, law, bring insightful, meaningful perspectives, both locally and internationally, on the impacts of this proposed bill. And we don't claim to be experts on anything really, but rangatahi and whānau are based on our own experiences. And in those areas, we still often feel like novices, but that's what we'll bring in terms of this submission, in terms of our experiences working with youth and community within our community for the last 30 years. So probably the key challenges we see with the proposed bill, we've heard from with our community, is this concept that somehow Māori have special privilege and are equal. Of the 150 schools in Christchurch, we've only got 2 full immersion schools, none in our own local community, which is a population of around about 100,000 people. Less than 1% of our teaching staff are fluent reo speakers. Of our 5 high schools in a 3K radius, less than 10% of those staff are Māori. Yet coming through our primary schools, our intermediates, our school populations are getting closer to 20, 30, in some cases almost 50% Māori and Polynesian. If you drive around our local community, you never see incorporated, or you rarely see incorporated into our public design, Māori images, logos. I cannot remember the last time we had a Māori GP or a Māori officer come visit us, come be part of our community.
Our schools, residents associations, local council are all overwhelmingly Pākehā. A recent survey by our rangatahi whānau highlighted in very clear terms that Māori feel very much less than in our community. Our rangatahi are disproportionately more likely to face stand-downs, expulsions, prosecutions, non-attendance. They often feel targeted by teachers, media, more security. As a Māori organisation, we see this organisation have to jump through far more hoops than our contemporary counterparts. Maybe anything to add?
Working in school attendance for Taiarahia held the attendance contract for 10 years, which was, the statistics showed fundamentally that Māori are disproportionately affected in school attendance. This issue was a symptom of deeper socioeconomic inequalities that disadvantage Māori across employment, housing, health, and income. These negative experiences when speaking with whānau were from an education system that the curriculum was discriminatory, it had lack of cultural recognition and limited support, and these system failures have led to disengagement from our whānau in the education system, and this legislation will only exacerbate the disadvantages, eroding Māori rights and protections.
As a Māori NGO, we also work in siloed approaches. We have pay disparity, especially to our counterparts in government. We get short-term reactive contracts, consistently awarded lowest cost providers. We face higher costs. We work in the context of complex whānau relationships. We have greater responsibilities and expectations. And so if this is a special privilege, then I'd probably happily swap it for those who feel they're missing out on that special privilege. Probably one of the, oh, sorry, Dan.
Okay.
Probably the other couple of the other key points we want to point out too is probably the lack of understanding of our own history in terms of having a debate.
Yes, I agree. Part of that is that the Te Tiriti has not been talked about in schools. For my own experience of growing up in the school system and by primary and secondary was that I never had any context or any history taught to me during those times. And being in the situation now where we're asking Aotearoa, and this was common, being in this situation in Aotearoa where we are now asking for people to have an opinion on something that they've not had any education on. That's a huge impact on how the outcome might come about. Now, I was at one of the things that has been highlighted over the past 10 or so years is that education is being more sought around these things in Aotearoa. You just had to see how many people turned up at the Toitū Te Tiriti march in Wellington and all around Aotearoa and around the world. People are getting more educated, they're understanding. However, we're still not at the level that we can critically think about what needs to be happening with the Treaty Principles Bill. So that is a huge flag for us here and what that might mean.
I think pre-2023, anyone coming through the New Zealand education system received a limited perspective on our history. So our own rangatahi, Māori, Pākehā, Pacifica have a limited understanding, have been taught, and all those who have come before them, their parents, have also too had a limited understanding. We don't know about the conflicting ideologies of the abolitionists, Williams, Wakefields. We haven't heard about the different perspectives of our own rangatira, those who signed or did not sign the treaty. So I think there's a real, and our own rangatahi often express the fact that they still don't understand. Even the process that has brought about this conversation, we have limited understanding of. Probably the third key point we just kind of want to make, and we're hearing from our community, is just actually entrusting interpretation of Te Tiriti to Parliament is fraught with risks. Probably one of the analogies would best describes it as, would you entrust the running of the All Blacks to Talkback Radio, X, Facebook? A friend of ours actually once took an AE school through to Parliament, and no offence to obviously our honoured MPs who are sitting there, but in terms of watching the Parliament sitting and their behaviour, their direct feedback was that in many cases they'd have actually been removed from school, kicked out for better behaviour. within our communities, we still have a huge amount of distrust because we have such a long history of policy and legislation that have actively disadvantaged Māori. Assimilation has been written into. And so these things are still deeply entwined into a lot of our thinking and distrust. It wasn't in 2004 that we heard our MP just refer to the leaders of the foreshore and seabed movement in terms that were highly disparaging. And I think sometimes, and we've seen that now, so that's still, so one about, again, the challenge sits there is that we've had an amazing group of people who've done so much work in terms of understanding, working through the tribunal, the nuances and complexities of Te Tiriti, and bringing it to the fore that's actually allowed us to be better education, have greater understanding.
One of the other problems with this bill that it's proposing is that it hasn't had the consultation that it needs with tangata whenua, and it transgresses the foundation of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which is a relationship between tangata whenua as sovereign nations and the Crown. And to put that forward without having any consultation just doesn't seem logical to me at all. So that's one of the things. But I also think that it's also not looking at the potential and possibilities of that relationship going forward as a nation together. And there's so many things that we can go forward with together rather than separately. And that's with both sides, with the nation understanding our history and what it means to us as tangata whenua to be here in this nation as Indigenous people to Aotearoa.
Cool. Probably the final point I just want to make is that how is it that the government of proposed efficiencies wants to commit a huge amount of time and money to an issue possibly less than 9% of the population actively wants, and at a time we've actively seen large cuts to our own funding. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, kia ora. Thank you for your submission this morning and for taking the time to join the committee. That's the time we have for the session. So just on behalf of the committee, want to acknowledge you and thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Kia ora.
We're now going to go to submission online from Robert Whedon. Robert has joined us. So Robert, thank you for being with the committee. We have you for 5 minutes this morning. So I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Yes, thank you, James. Thank you very much. Right, first of all, I am very supportive of the Treaty Principles Bill. I think that it is a very progressive thing and it will help a lot of people. All right, what I'd like to do is start off with my first slide, which is before the committee, as a little bit of my family history. My grandparents immigrated to this country because they probably saw it as a land of equal opportunity, where they could work hard and build things up. And this picture here of the driveway and the paddocks is actually the second farm that they developed, because the first one was a bit small for my grandparents and their 5 children. Yeah, so I think that if they had known that New Zealand was going to be any different, I think that they would have settled somewhere else like Australia or Canada. Okay, the next slide is the one of the house. This house here that I'm pointing to is where I'm currently living. And on my street, this is actually kind of a multicultural scene, in that within a stone's throw of my house are all of these nationalities. I think that people came here because New Zealand was a land of equal opportunity and fair dealing. And I think that the Treaty Principles Bill actually cements that sort of equal opportunities, fair dealing, and peaceful coexistence. And so I was very encouraged when that was put forward by ACT. There's probably even more nationalities in this, in terms of the 50-metre radius of my house. It's just that I haven't actually really asked. So New Zealand is actually a very rich country in terms of cultural diversity. And I think that the Treaty Principles Bill makes everybody equal under the law and in Parliament. Right. This one with all the A's probably doesn't look very much like a multicultural slide, but actually I think that this, in terms of credit ratings, I think it's the way that investors see New Zealand as a country. And all of the ones here in this top right-hand corner, they are all countries with fair elections with a very clear process of government. And each of these different gradings here represents millions of dollars in government borrowing and the difference of it. And we have actually been here in this AAA one before, and I'd like to see New Zealand back that way. But I think with consistent government, it means we remain there and don't slide down and borrow more money. Right, the last slide here is about Antarctica. And this is probably a little bit of New Zealand's special relationship with the wider world. And as you can see, we're actually very close to it. And the actual, with the United States being at McMurdo and New Zealand being in Scott Base, it's only a 3-hour plane ride to the South Pole. So New Zealand actually has a very strategic treaty relationship in the world. And I think that with consistent government that this bill promotes, I think that this will secure our place in that relationship in Antarctica. And the final thing that I wanted to point to is the hat. Some of my ancestors came from Scotland, and this thing here is the Antarctic tartan. And I'm very proud of that heritage, and I think it also connects with Antarctica as well. So thank you very much for having me. And yeah, like I say, I am a proud supporter of the Treaty Principles Bill, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before your committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks for joining the committee this morning. That is all the time for this session. So just on behalf of the committee, want to acknowledge your presentation, and once again, thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you, James, and have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Right, we'll now go to a submission in person from the Mayor of Dunedin City Council, Jules Redditch. Jules, good morning. I'll invite you up to the table.
Good morning.
Hopefully reset that. Great. Good morning, Jules. Thanks for being with us this morning. We've got you for 10 minutes, so I'll hand over straight to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, e hui mai nei. Tēnā mana, nā reo, e rā rakatira mā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko hokanui te maunga. Ko Mataura te awa, ko Napoi te iwi, no Otipoti aho, ko Jules Redditch tōku ingoa, kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Dunedin City Council's submission on this bill. I wish to make one simple point, that the Treaty Principles Bill seeks to remove Indigenous rights that were established with the Treaty of Waitangi and were thereafter enshrined in statute and case law, delivered in redress for historical breaches, and actuated currently in various partnerships throughout this country. An attempt at removal of those rights by way of a referendum will magnify the divisions that are already appearing as a result of activity surrounding this bill so far, and may well supplant the very foundation on which New Zealand stands strong. Therefore, I contend that this bill should be abandoned at the earliest opportunity. I will firstly acknowledge how the DCC puts our partnership with mana whenua and Mātāwaka at the forefront of our mahi for the benefit of our communities. I'll then discuss how this bill impacts the DCC's ability to effectively partner with tangata whenua in Otipoti Dunedin. We've had informal relationship agreements in place with mana whenua ki Otipoti since 2003. A forum was established so that elected members could receive advice from mana whenua and Mātāwaka. The agreement and forum were reviewed in 2022. In 2021, Council established mana whenua representative roles on 2 subcommittees, creating the opportunity for mana whenua to directly contribute to local authority decision-making, as is required by the Local Government Act. We adopted our Māori strategic framework, Te Taki Hauru, in 2023. The genuine partnership between the DCC and mana whenua has provided tangible benefits to the communities of Dunedin. One example is the recently completed development of our main street, George Street. We worked closely to ensure Kaitahu narratives were represented prominently throughout the final design. George Street now reflects the shared history of Dunedin for everyone to learn and enjoy. This kaupapa has social benefit and a likely economic benefit, as many locals and manahiri are fascinated by the historical narratives presented there. Another example is our work on climate resilience in a low-lying suburb. Our South Dunedin Future program is a key short, medium and long-term project, and this area has a higher proportion of Māori residents than the overall city. We have taken a co-development approach with mana whenua on the project and are embedding Te Ao Māori and Mataraka Māori. Our short-term mahi focuses on fresh pipes and pumps to mitigate stormwater inundation. Medium term includes amenity improvements, and long-term looks at climate change. The DCC is committed to giving effect to the intent of the treaty, and we submit that this bill will have a negative impact on iwi Māori and on the DCC's ability to fulfil our decision-making role for all Māori in Ōtepoti Dunedin. We think there is less clarity about how all Māori exercise their tino rangatiratanga within local government, and we question how this bill will affect our ability to engage with all Māori in Ōtepoti Dunedin, and when the second principle depends on an iwi, when it depends on an iwi having a settled treaty claim. This bill limits our interpretation of the treaty and our ability to engage with Māori. It also incorrectly assumes everyone in Aotearoa is equal to begin with, when not everyone has equal opportunities. We also worry that the bill risks creating tension within our communities, which will be a backward step for our mahi in strengthening partnerships between DCC, mana whenua and Mātāwaka in Ōtepoti Dunedin. In conclusion, I contend that rights established as partners in the treaty, when Māori were a majority in this land, should not be decided by referendum now that Māori are a minority. Redress for past wrongs is far from finished, but we are progressing steadily. Breaches still happen, and we have systems to deal with them. Local partnerships are happening throughout the country. We have a founding document that is still valid. Regression should not be an option. Kamihinui, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Sure, Jules, thank you. We've got some time for questions. We'll start from Simon Court, and then we'll go to Stephen Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Your Worship. You've mentioned that Dunedin City Council has engaged with mana whenua around climate adaptation and around water quality issues. And you mentioned pipes and pump stations being the outcomes. But isn't it the case that this public infrastructure benefits all people equally as a result of these investments? And what's to stop Dunedin City Council or any other council just continuing to make infrastructure investments in the best interests of everyone if the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Act is passed?
Well, there's nothing to stop things happening in the future if the Act is passed. But in the situation as present, we acknowledge that mana whenua have been here the longest and are caretakers of the land, and their principles and their worldview and their history is something that we share, and that has benefit to the community currently. So that is part of our history, and it is part of how we got to be where we are now. And so incorporating the history, the stories, and the development of this country to get to the stage where it is now is important for people to feel that sense, everyone in the community to feel that sense of connection to what we are doing now. So yeah, we can go and produce whatever pipes and pumps we want to, whether or not we have a treaty and we have agreements with mana whenua. But connecting and consulting with mana whenua as we produce these things that are of civic significance to the water and the land where we live, does make a difference to our connection and the connection of everyone in the country to those things that we do.
Thanks, Jules. We'll go to a question from Steve Abel.
How is it that we can have a nation on a trajectory to cohesive relationships if the parliament and the whims of a particular government is willing to so severely intervene in our constitutional framework as to, for example, in this instance, effectively nullify the rights of Māori to self-determination and tēnā rangatiratanga in terms of the ability of you as a local council to get on with formulating strong relationships and achieving meaningful outcomes for everybody?
I'm not sure what your question is of me.
Yeah, my question is is it right that a government elected in the whims and vicissitudes of political opinions of the time should have such a profound impact on our constitutional foundation in Te Tiriti o Waitangi? I.e., should we be able to pass laws that reinterpret the treaty in a way that is as inaccurate as many lawyers and experts have pointed out this bill is?
Well, I mean, the core of my submission is that the bill should be abandoned. That's what I said.
Thanks, Jules. Thanks, Steve. That's probably where we'll get to on that question. Look, just want to acknowledge you for being here with us. Jules came out from Dunedin to be with us in person. Thank you for your presence. We appreciate your submission.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to move now to a submission from Peter Lucas Jones, who is joining us online. Just before we start with Peter, we'll just I'll just seek leave again for Hana Rāwhiti Maipī Clark to be able to participate in the proceedings, just because Te Pāti Māori don't have a permanent member, and I'll just extend that leave to any members of Te Pāti Māori who might join us later on as well. Everyone's okay with that? Thank you. And I'll just note that we have a speaker cancelled at 11:20, so we'll take a short break from 11:20 to 11:30. I think 3.5 hours in for a break is probably a good place to have it. Let's go now to Peter Lucas Jones. Kia ora, Peter. Thank you for being with us. We have you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa e te komiti. Kia tau mai anō te manaakitanga o te runga rawa ki runga i a tātou e whakaaro ana mō te anga whakamua, mō tātou katoa. I speak today as a citizen, a private citizen. I strongly oppose the Treaty Principles Bill, and to highlight the dangerous consequences it will have for Aotearoa New Zealand. The bill is not just about lawmaking. It is a calculated attempt to eliminate what Indigenous rights Māori have, weaken Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and create division between Māori and non-Māori. In my view, it is a step backwards for our nation, undermining the progress made through decades of legal precedent, partnership, and dialogue. The bill's intention is clear: to redefine treaty principles in a way that benefits the Crown and diminishes the authority of Māori. Its supporters falsely claim it will bring certainty, yet its true effect will be to create instability, conflict, and high levels of distrust. It is not about fairness. It is about power and control, reshaping treaty relationships unilaterally, iwi relationships with the Crown unilaterally, without free, prior, and informed consent of Māori, or iwi for that matter. Beyond the legal ramifications, this bill is a political tool designed to set non-Māori against Māori. It spreads the harmful narrative that Māori have special rights and that non-Māori are somehow being disadvantaged. This is a deliberate and dangerous strategy, one that fuels resentment, emboldens racism, and encourages hostility towards tangata whenua. We are already seeing the real-world consequences of this growing division. In one deeply disturbing incident, a young Māori woman, my niece, was physically and verbally assaulted at a Northland beach for simply asking a beachgoer to leash their large dog or play with it further away from the mokopuna and whānau. She was looking out for the safety of the mokopuna, 2 7-month-old babies and a 4-year-old, who were sitting playing nearby. The reality is, unleashed dogs can be unpredictable, and there have been multiple attacks in and around the Kaitaia area. Her request was reasonable, responsible, and made with respect. Instead of responding with understanding, the individual reacted with hostility, pushing her multiple times and launching into a tirade of racist abuse, including comments about being uneducated cannibals. This attack left my niece shaken, humiliated, and fearful of simply existing as a Māori person in a public space. This was not just an isolated act of violence. It was a result of the growing belief that Māori are less entitled to public spaces, less entitled to advocate for themselves, for ourselves, and less entitled to be recognised as equal citizens in a country we all call home. One of the most insidious ways in which Māori are being erased from these conversations is through the weaponisation of blood quantum, the racist idea that some Māori do not have enough Māori blood to be considered Māori, or to qualify for iwi recognition, or to embrace their identity, including te reo Māori and tikanga Māori. This argument is not only offensive, it is an attack on Māori self-determination. It assumes that non-Māori have the right to decide who is and isn't Māori, or an iwi member, rather than recognising the authority of whānau, hapu, and iwi to define the definition of their own people. It erases Māori identity, reinforces colonial assimilation, and ultimately serves to weaken the recognition of Māori rights. Blood quantum ideology was historically used by colonial governments to limit Indigenous rights and to ultimately erase Indigenous peoples and cultures. The goal is simple. If enough Māori are told that they don't count and they don't matter, then the Crown would justify ignoring its obligation under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I reject that. While the bill seeks to limit Māori rights, it also ignores a crucial truth. Māori are leaders in economic development, innovation, and the future prosperity of Aotearoa. Our country has long been reliant on primary industries, farming, forestry, and fisheries. These industries have formed the backbone of our economy. But in the age of intelligence and rapid technological advancement, we must think beyond extraction and begin creating opportunities for innovation, growth, and sustainability. Māori are already participating in leading this shift. The Māori economy is worth over $70 billion and growing. Māori businesses are driving innovation in renewable energy, technology development, agri-tech, natural language processing and natural language understanding, and sustainable resource management. We are not just participating in the economy, we are reshaping it for a preferred future, everyone's future. Māori values such as kaitiakitanga ensure that economic development is not just about short-term gains, but about long-term sustainability and intergenerational prosperity. Innovation is indeed the backbone of economic growth. This is the conversation we should be having. How do we grow our economy in a way that benefits everyone? How do we prepare for a future that harnesses the value of artificial intelligence, autonomous algorithms, automation, and digital transformation? How do we move beyond outdated economic models and embrace innovation? How do we prepare our nation for the jobs of the future? Māori are at the forefront of these conversations, and instead of limiting Māori influence, the government should be fostering it. We bring a unique approach to business, one that prioritizes people, sustainability, and long-term success over short-term profit. We are proving that te tiriti is not a barrier to progress, but a foundation for a more inclusive and innovative economy. Race relations in New Zealand must improve. There's no doubt about that. But blaming Māori, the Indigenous minority, will not bring about the positive collectively hope for. Māori are not the cause of division. Policies like this bill are. True unity will not come from diminishing Māori rights. It will come from upholding te tiriti, respecting our shared history, and ensuring that all peoples of this land, Māori and non-Māori, all ethnicities, can move forward in partnership and mutual respect. This bill is not just expensive in terms of political, legal battles and government resources. It costs our country in terms of social cohesion, trust, and the future stability of our nation. It is a reckless and damaging piece of legislation that will divide communities, fuel racial tensions, and create years of unnecessary litigation. I urge this committee to reject the Treaty Principles Bill in its entirety and to commit to a better path, one that honours te tiriti, strengthens our nation's foundations, and ensures a future where Māori rights are recognised, respected, and upheld. Aotearoa needs leadership that embraces the opportunities ahead of us, not a government that drags us backwards into division and economic stagnation. Kia ora mai anō tātou.
Kia ora, Peter Lucas. Thank you for your presentation this morning. We don't have time for questions, but just on behalf of the committee, I want to acknowledge you for being with us and for providing your presentation.
Kia ora.
So we are now going to take our scheduled break. So if we can have members back in the room at 11:30, we'll see you for the submission from Sasha Coben. So very short 10-minute break. Thank you. We'll restart the meeting. Welcome back. We are going to resume our submissions, and I technically have to wait till we've got quorum in the room. So if the clerks can just indicate when we've got quorum, we can start our submissions. 1, 2, 3, that looks good. Great, thank you. Good morning, Sasha. Thank you for being with the committee this morning. We have you for 5 minutes for your presentation, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
My name is Sasha Coburn, and I'm speaking with you today from Otatahi, Christchurch, where I'm working in my family-owned and run business Coffee Culture. But my home is actually in Kirikiriroa, where I chair the board of the largest commercial construction company. We are currently completing the build of the magnificent new Waikato Regional Theatre. I also sit on the board of Tieki Golf Estate, and I run a leadership development company called The Company You Keep. I have a podcast called The Not So Breakfast Show, and I regularly work as a motivational speaker. Are you not yet inspired? I have no Noan Māori heritage. My father didn't know his father, and my mother's family are Scottish and English. I have a law degree from Otago University, a master's degree from Waikato University, and I recently graduated from Harvard Business School, partly in thanks to a Prime Minister's Business Scholarship awarded by MB. I offer this introduction not as a CV, but to counter the view I have heard expressed in some business settings that it is only Māori and those who lean politically left or who work in NGOs or the public service who are interested in preserving the status of the Treaty of Waitangi in New Zealand law. Today, my submission represents only my personal opinion. I do not speak for others in the businesses that I partner with, but I speak as a business leader with interests across multiple sectors and geographies. In my view, this bill belongs in the bin. When I was 11, I met Nadia Haua, Nadia Butler as she was known then, at Tauranga Intermediate. We have been friends for the last 40 years, and it is through her patience and gentle teaching that I have come to glimpse what it has meant to be Māori in a society that has in recent times honoured the haka, but has also for many, many years trashed the treaty. I would like to make 3 points today. The first is that the Treaty Principles Bill treats all New Zealanders as if we are stupid, and we are not stupid. For many years, the Waitangi Tribunal, the courts, governments on both ends of the political spectrum have wrestled and grappled with questions of interpretation. They have grappled with the issue of how to make appropriate amends for historical breaches without creating new injustices. They have made new laws to give greater effect to the treaty. They have facilitated new agreements between the parties, and they have mostly in good faith sought to build on our proud history of a nation that was formed initially, at least, through consent and not conquest. Has it been easy? No. Has it been challenging? Yes. Have our best legal minds, historians and cultural experts disagreed, debated and disputed what the treaty meant back then and what it means now? Yes. But slowly, with courage and tenacity, we have moved forward together. Māori and the Crown, together in partnership. But now the promoter of this bill looks at all of that work, all of those years of academic contemplation, all of that legal legacy and says, oh, but old mate Steve down at the pub can't recite the principles, so we need to make it easier for him to understand. Let's dumb it down so he gets the hang of it. Old mate who hasn't even tried to learn a single thing about the history of the nation. It's weak, it's soft, and it's condescending, and we can do better. We're Kiwis, we can do complex, we can do hard. Stop treating us like idiots. This bill belongs in the bin. Secondly, the bill perpetuates a myth that we are all currently equal. The effects of colonisation are real, recognisable and ripple through generations. To ignore the data in health, education, housing and income levels that clearly shows the impact of colonisation on Māori is to be guilty of magical thinking. The bill belongs in the bin. Lastly, in my submission, the bill is a huge waste of resource and shows a blatant disregard for the time and emotional energy of those who have been forced to mount a defence against its attack on Māori in our nation's founding document. We have been assured it won't get past the first reading, but to assuage the ego and whim of a political party who receive less than 10% of the vote. Here we all are. And this is a party that preaches efficiency and good use of taxpayer funding. What is that smell? It is the stench of hypocrisy. This bill belongs in the bin. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. That's all the time we've got this morning. So just on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for being with us and providing your oral submission. Folks, we're going to go to a submission now from Kelly Stratford. Kelly is also joining us online. Kelly, good morning. Thank you for joining the committee. We have you for a 10-minute slot this morning, so I will hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora. I'm sure I don't need 10 minutes. So Kelly Stratford, Deputy Mayor of Far North District Council, of Welsh and Irish descent, but also of Ngāpuhi, Ngāi descent. And yeah, I strongly oppose the bill, as you will have read. And I just want to acknowledge what Sasha has said. I'm not going to double up on that because I totally agree with her. I grew up hearing a negative narrative about the treaty or Te Tiriti o Waitangi and was taught that it was a divisive document rather than a foundation for partnership. It wasn't until I was about 22 years old when I was doing my Treaty 101 paper that I realised that many of the stories I had been told about Māori were just not true, and I started to embrace my Māoritanga when I understood what colonisation was and a lot of the atrocities that went on to my ancestors, which are similar in what happened to our Welsh and Irish ancestors as well. And through that paper, Claudia Orange said the treaty was a promise made in good faith, yet its breaches created lasting harm for Māori. We can't allow this bill to further the harm. And Sasha covered that off really well. My husband and I are expecting our first mokopuna this year, and I actually don't want them to be sitting here when they're in their 40s, you know, fighting for the treaty. I've done it. My grandfather did it. We shouldn't have to have this conversation every 20 years or so. I want the future of Aotearoa to be strong for all of us, and it's only going to be strong for us by recognising Te Tiriti as it was first meant to be embraced. I also addressed some of the misinformation in my submission, so I do want to touch a little on that. You know, the treaty did establish a partnership. It was an agreement between two sovereign entities, the British Crown and Māori rangatira. Māori were guaranteed tino rangatira, which is self-determination under Article 2, while the Crown was granted kawanatanga, governance. Different. Partnership arises because both parties have obligations under this agreement. And it's not just my opinion, it's been upheld through the 1987 Lands case, which confirmed the Crown's obligation to act in good faith with Māori. Article 3 doesn't mean one size fits all equality. And I'm sorry you guys have heard this over and over again, but Article 3 guaranteed Māori the same rights and protections as British subjects. However, that doesn't mean identical treatment. It means fairness. It means equity, addressing historic breaches. You'll have seen the analogy with the boxes at the fence. It's levelling the playing field. I think I've covered off everything in my submission. I'm not going to go over it. I'm going to leave time for questions. I just urge the committee to reject the Treaty Principles Amendment Bill. Make sure that you do something to address the watering down of Te Tiriti. You've done a lot of damage. What are you going to do to come back from this government? I'll close it off there.
Kelly, we've got time for questions. I'll start with Steve Abel.
Kia ora, Steve.
Kia ora, Kelly. I hear the emotion in your voice when you talk about your kids having to inherit this ridiculous re-evaluating of Te Tiriti. What I wonder is your reflections on the willingness of the author of this bill to cause such harm today because of the sowing of the division that is happening. and whether it is coming out of a kind of an active malice or whether it is coming out of just a deep ignorance.
I actually can't even begin to comprehend where it comes from. But for myself, I was thinking about it this morning on my walk. I was one of those people who stood on a pulpit and crucified the treaty before I did my Treaty 101 paper. So it is ignorance. It's following a narrative that you believe so wholehearted, and it's wrong. Yeah.
I've got a follow-up, Mr. Chair, if possible, please.
Steve Abel.
I feel like I can speak somewhat from my demographic.
Sorry, hang on. Is there a point of order there, Simon? There's plenty of time for questions if you want a question as well.
Yeah, just have a point of order, Mr. Chair. Just wondering, just reflecting on Steve Abel's previous question, whether it's appropriate to be characterising the minister responsible for this bill's, I guess, philosophy, intellectual approach, or essentially seeking to impugn his character rather than debate the issues. I'm just wondering if the chair could provide some direction to the committee about the tone of questions, because they seem to have got a bit off track.
Yeah, look, I think that the question should stay relevant to the process and the tone will reflect on the members. If there is an issue with sort of inflections or reflections being made against particular members, we can follow that up with the processes available outside the committee. But I'd encourage members to keep their questionings focused on the submission before them and the bill before them as well. Thanks, Simon. We'll go back to Steve and then we'll take a question from Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that we are seeing, and I feel I can speak safely for my demographic as an aging Pākehā man, that we see a lot of older white men submitting in support of the bill. And I wonder if that sort of shows up the number of us who are victims of a poor education system that failed to teach us our history, the history of colonization, our constitutional frameworks, rights frameworks, and the nature of how privilege functions in reality in this country.
It's quite a philosophical question.
Not meant to be philosophical, it's meant to be just a practical problem.
Okay,
We're untaught. We haven't been taught about our history.
Yeah.
Particularly older white men.
Let's try and avoid a back and forth between the questions and the submitter and just see if we can get Kelly to answer the question.
My take on that is, for many of us with English, Welsh, Irish, whakapapa, we're still coming to grips with who we are, and we don't know our own home stories. We're not familiar with our own identity, and we came here under a lot of raru or struggle anyway. So many are coming from a place of inequity themselves, so they're just trying to struggle with their place. Yeah, that's how I'd answer that.
Sure.
I'm looking forward to Simon's question.
Well, thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Steve.
Simon,
Thanks, James.
A question from you.
Oh, thank you, and good morning, Kelly, and appreciate
Morning,
all the hard,
Simon.
yeah, Kelly, just appreciate all the hard work Far North District Council does, and that region is quite remote and hard to operate. So I just want to ask you about that. I'm interested in the relationships that the District Council has with mana whenua groups when it comes to resource consents and infrastructure, particularly council's infrastructure like wastewater and stormwater and so on. And I'm wondering, if the Treaty Principles Bill was passed in its current form, would you expect anything to change around those relationships?
You have already had this answer from my colleagues, and I'm sorry to repeat, but we have really good relationships with many of the hapu and iwi groups around wastewater treatment plants. That historically has not been the case, but I feel that it's because we have a real proactive approach to working with mana whenua, and because we're in an unsettled space in the Ngāpuhi area, we do work directly with hapu, and it won't be just one hapu, there'll be a collective of 5 or 6. So if the Treaty Principles Bill was passed as it is, it would mean, like the way I understand it, that we would not be able to work with those hapu. That doesn't work for us. It'd mean a lot of work for Ngāpuhi, trying to, do the work for us, getting those people to. If the EPA is an example of that, Ngāpuhi could only submit on a consent for a take, and they had to do all the work, kōrero, doing the kōrero with hapu. I think I've gone over time.
No, Kelly, you're fine. We've just reached the end of the 10 minutes, and you're very concise in your submission. So just thank you on behalf of the committee for being before us and for providing your submission. We do appreciate it.
Thank you very much. You guys are doing good work listening. Thank you. Ka kite.
Folks, we're going to now invite to the table Peter Tipene, who is the iwi chair for Te Kahu o Tahunui. Tēnā koe, Peter. Thanks for being before the committee. We've got you for a 10-minute slot this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, e te kawanatanga, tēnā koutou. My name is Peter Tipene. My iwi is Ngati Hine in the Bay of Islands. Te Kahu o Taunui, the Tai Tokiro Iwi Chairs Forum, opposes the Treaty Principles Bill in its entirety. As you will have read in our Te Kahu o Taunui submission, our forum consists of 12 iwi from Te Rerenga Wairua at the very top of the country to Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland. Our kaupapa or purpose is to create a forum for elected iwi chairs to come together, to wānanga, share ideas and concerns with each other, and also utilise the power of the collective iwi to generate more opportunities to benefit all within Tai Tokiro. This talk provides greater context and background. Te Kahu o Taunui gets its name from Aparehama Te Taunui, who was about 30 years old when he signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi on February the 12th, 1840 at Mangungu in the Hokianga, when chiefs gathered in even greater numbers than had met in Waitangi only 6 days earlier. Aparehama Te Taunui is well known to have made many prophecies that resonate with the people of the North to this very day. In 1863, upon reflection of the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, he referred to the error he felt had occurred on February the 6th, 1840, when the covenant was placed for signing on the Union Jack, spread over the table and not a kahu Māori or cloak. This had been for Aparehama an ill omen, and he said, "Chiefs of Ngāpuhi, listen to me. Do not drape Te Tiriti o Waitangi upon the Union Jack of England, but rather with your Māori cloak, which is of this land." At his death in 1883, he gave his last prophecy, "A demon has arrived. It is a demon that is stealthy and devious, and you will not see it coming, and you will not even know that it's here until you see it in the eyes of your mokopuna. When you do not punish your mokopuna. You must wrap them with your mokopuna in the cloak of love of the whānau." Not only does this explain how Te Kahu o Taunui was named for the 12 iwi and goes about its work draped with a Māori cloak that is Te Kahu o Taunui, but it also reinforces the foundation stones upon which this submission has been written. The people of Tai Tokiro have a responsibility as kaitiaki of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, first signed at Waitangi. Te Kahu o Taunui, as I say, is absolutely opposed to the Treaty Principles Bill, specifically as it reduces the constitutional status of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, removes its effect in law as currently recognised in treaty clauses, limits our rights and the Crown's obligations, hinders our access to justice, impacts on our existing and future treaty settlements, undermines social cohesion, and will be prejudicial to us, bearing in mind that our tupuna sought to maintain a high degree of autonomy for our hapu and iwi by not ceding their sovereignty whilst granting a more limited form of authority to the Crown. Considered as a whole, the new principles are not consistent with the actual text or meaning of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. They discriminate against us as Māori and they nullify our rights that were guaranteed in 1840. This is why in 2010 and 11, Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu prosecuted a case to the Waitangi Tribunal in regard to the meaning and effect of he whakaputanga me te tiriti o Waitangi, commonly known as Y1040. I know this because I was there for every minute of the 5-week hearing, and including the many hui and wānanga that were held in the lead up to that hearing to coordinate the efforts of the people, something that we were told would be impossible to do, given the passion, energy, and strong opinions amongst the many valleys of Taitokera. Our speakers collectively clarified to the tribunal that we still held our mana motu hake, which by the way, was mana inherited through many, many generations. Our position, that position, was subsequently upheld by the Waitangi Tribunal in 2014 when it came back with its determination, when it reiterated that what we had always known, our ancestors did not cede their sovereignty in February 1840. The tribunal spoke in its determination about the spheres of influence between kawanatanga and rangatiratanga, and what that means in terms of making decisions on behalf of this country. The tribunal was clear that the treaty relationship would require ongoing discussion, dialogue, and consent. In terms of the Treaty Principles Bill, the coalition government appears to be just going through the motions and will not furnish wider political support to move it too far forward. Should this bill progress in whatever form and to whatever stage, it will continue to water down and continue an undermining of Te Tiriti o Waitangi to something that barely resembles the honourable words, promises and agreements first made by principal partners in 1840. The proposed bill and its intent is dishonourable in the extreme. The mood of our society here in Aotearoa at present is apprehensive and afraid. The rest of the world is not dissimilar, if not worse, given the recent COVID pandemic and the fissures in society caused by the government's dealing with COVID pandemic, wars raging, climate change, and economic uncertainty, amongst a host of other stark problems. Many New Zealanders are afraid of this uncertain world that we live in. History has shown us that in times of uncertainty, society looks for strong leadership. Moreover, history shows us that when societies are uncertain and afraid, they look for someone to blame. Thus, they look for strong leadership to not be strong with us, but to deal with them. The them, in this case, are the Māori people. We are well aware of qualitative surveys conducted for political parties. The results of these surveys provide the feelings and opinions of a slice of the populace. I'm sure these surveys provide political parties with the information used to frame up their manifestos and how they may govern. It seems that the intent of the Treaty Principles Bill is a strong thrust to put Māori in their place and therefore appease those feeling unsure about our current circumstances. Moreover, corporates are looking to exploit resources in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and the undermining of Te Tiriti o Waitangi will help deliver to their agendas. Preserving Te Tiriti o Waitangi as the constitutional foundation of our country will help to protect all New Zealanders from corporate greed. By the way, another prophecy by Apirihama Te Taonui was in reference to foreigners hungry for land and resources. He said, "There is a taniwha on its way with teeth of silver and gold. It has an insatiable hunger for land and resources. Do not fear the taniwha with its teeth of silver and gold. Just do not allow it to become your god." A clear reminder that economic development must not be at the expense of what we hold dear in this country, for example, the environment. The Treaty Principles Bill is a solution to a problem that does not exist, and its political motivations are novel interpretation that perpetuates false narratives on our perceived Māori privilege. I'm getting towards the end, Mr. Chair, so I'll finish with this whakatauki. It goes in te reo Māori, he kokonga whare e kitea, engari he kokonga ngākau e kore e kitea. Translation, we have a saying that the corners of the house can be seen, but not the corners of politicians' hearts. O nawhi tēnei, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe, Peter. Thank you for your submission this morning. I'll take the opportunity to take one very quick question from Hana Rāwhiti, Maite Clark, and then we'll have to close up.
Tēnā rā koe. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā rā koe te papa e Peter, nui koana te ngākau te kite atu i a koe. I just have one real quick question. You mentioned of apirehama te taonui me tōna wā I waitohungia I te tiriti I aia I te toru te kauona pakeke. And this might be far-fetched, but if you could think of what all those rangatira, if they were still alive today, who signed the treaty, te tiriti at TT, what would you think they would be saying if they were in this komiti today?
It would be dishonourable for very honourable people, men and women.
Kia ora, Peter. That's probably a good way to end the session. Thank you for being with us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Kia ora.
We're going to go to our submission now from the Waikato River Authority, and joining us will be Antoine Coffin and Stu Muir. Antoine, kia ora koutou. Thank you both for being with us. We have you for 10 minutes this morning for your presentation, so I'll hand over to you to begin.
Thank you. Honourable James Mega, members of the Justice Committee, tēnā koutou. My name is Antoine Coffin. I'm the Kaihotu Chief Executive of the Waikato River Authority, and hopefully you can see to my right and left in support of our submission is Stu Kneebone, the co-chair, and Gannon Ormsby, our deputy co-chair. Our kaupapa, our purpose, our reason for being is restoring and protecting the health and well-being of the Waikato and Waipa rivers. We are tasked with preparing the Tūti Whaimana, the vision and strategy for the Waikato and Waipa rivers, and the vision statement of that is tōku awa koiora me ona pikonga he kura tangihia o te mātāmuri, the river of life, each curve more beautiful than the last. A future where the healthy Waikato River sustains abundant life and prosperous communities who in turn are all responsible for restoring and protecting the health and well-being of the Waikato River and all it embraces for future generations to come. The vision statement is inclusive and it promises an intergenerational approach of how we care for the whole of the Waikato River catchment. The treaty settlements that established this framework have facilitated leadership and innovative solutions to protect and care for the environment on behalf of everyone. The intent of the river settlements is that the ancestral river itself will be an enduring benefactor who will in turn nurture our great-grandchildren, our mokopuna to come. The mahi of the settlement, the work of our settlement is underpinned by rangatiratanga, responsibilities and obligations, and the mana to exercise kaitiakitanga as confirmed by Te Tiriti to protect our taonga tuku iho. The bill, as currently constructed, does not speak to those arrangements. In our written submission, we made a few following points, and I'd just like to quickly summarise those. We opposed the bill. We recommended the bill does not proceed. We provided our river settlement background from 2010 and 2012, and we're of the opinion that the Principles Bill undermines the integrity of our treaty settlement arrangements. The bill signals cooling and tempering of the relationships in good practice. The principles in the bill are very different and inconsistent with Te Tiriti o Waitangi and its principles as we know them. The bill does not reflect the text, spirit or intent of Te Tiriti. And in our view, the bill is deficient, populist and reductionist. The bill signals a unilateral limitations on the application of Te Tiriti and its principles. And our treaty principle arrangements are well respected and have positive outcomes. So just turning to our awa, the river settlement in 2010 was an acknowledgement of the poor state of the Waikato River and the desire for the river to be restored. There were a number of arrangements at that time, and you'll be familiar with the land use planning, water use planning, and resource planning systems. They failed to properly take into account the Waikato Tainui concerns for the Waikato River and was inappropriate for the protection of the Waikato Tainui rights guaranteed by the treaty. And so the treaty settlement acknowledges that all the work that was done up until that point and then following that to achieve that recognition and set in place an intergenerational enterprise. One of the interesting principles that are part of that treaty settlement was mana te awa. And that was promoted by Waikato Tainui, and it was the concept of a korowai, a protective cloak that would be laid over the awa tupuna, the ancestral rivers, to respect and care for the river. And for all New Zealanders, the korowai principle in the settlement allows the continuation of public access, navigation, recreation, and fishing, provided there is mutual respect for this concept. And that was just one of a number of concepts that had reciprocity infused into it. The settlement is intended to enhance the ongoing relationship between Waikato Tainui, Tūwharetoa, Te Arawa, Raukawa, Ngati Maniapoto, and the Crown in terms of the Treaty of Waitangi, its principles and settlements. The settlement is at its best when it's in a treaty-friendly environment and systems. The treaty settlements are an intervention and a solution for the sustenance of our natural resources. In terms of the challenge in front of us and the commitments, as I've said, Tūwharetoa, Te Arawa, Raukawa, Ngati Maniapoto, and Waikato Tainui have collectively committed to this endeavour at all levels. And our Waikato River Authority was born in this context with treaty DNA. The settlements are part of an intervention to the system to restore the river catchments in partnership with the Crown. The challenge to restore the river is complex and long-term. It's an intergenerational enterprise, and it can't be done by the river iwi alone. It needs the help of others. And in that regard, co-governance, in our experience, has been working, and there are really good examples of the treaty partnership in action on the ground at place. And just to close, in terms of problems with the bill, obviously we were not informed or asked for feedback or consulted with in regard to the bill construction. And so the select committee process has been heavily relied on in regards to this endeavour. And we're just thinking in terms of reflection of the treaty settlements involve years of conversations, debate, and ultimately the treaty settlement and its implementation is an intergenerational enterprise. We have seen nothing of that sort in terms of the construction of this bill. The bill assumes that everyone is the same and needs the same things. People and communities at place are not starting at an equal playing field. They are diverse and dynamic, and they have specific needs that are required in their communities. The principles as currently constructed undermine the Waikato River Authority work, and the arrangements in their blandness, minimalism, and irrelevance. We are very concerned about the potential for treaty settlement amnesia. This bill is an unfortunate distraction from the important mahi in front of us. Tokuawa koiora me ona pikonga, he kura tangihi o te mātāmuri, the river of life, each curve more beautiful than the last. I'd just like to pause there, and perhaps there might be some questions from the committee.
Yeah, kia ora, Antti. Thank you. We do have a couple of questions lined up. First from Simon Court and then Steve Abel.
Thank you. Tēnā koe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and tēnā koe, Antoine, and your colleagues. Really interesting to hear your perspectives on the bill, and in particular around the vision and strategy which embodies Waikato Tainui's ambitions for the Haua. In the treaty settlement, Waikato Tainui Treaty Settlement, it says the vision and strategy prevails over any RMA planning documents, national policy statements, national environmental standards, for example. And it says that the vision and strategy needs to be incorporated into the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, which is a planning document. So I'm interested, what does this mean in practice? And what do you think might change if the Treaty Principles Bill was to be passed?
That's two questions. So I'll answer the first one. And you may be aware that Plan Change 1 was one of the primary tools used to change the regional policy statement and regional plan in regards to freshwater management in the Waikato. and relied on for probably 10% of the gains required towards meeting the restoration protection of the Wakatu River. So it's a modest approach. However, it's been through its RMA processes for coming up to 10 years now. So there's a certain amount of frustration with the resource management system in terms of providing for the vision and strategy. So that's a sort of a bit of an answer to you. And we're very hopeful and optimistic that we'll see a decision from the court shortly, and then we'll be able to get on with important implementation, working with the sectors in regards to our collective responsibilities to uphold the vision and strategy. In regards to your second question, I think it's two parts to it. One is, and I heard Jenny Shipley really articulate this well, much better than I could, around there's the legal frameworks and the law and the prescription about what you should do and what you shouldn't do, but there's also the leadership side of things. And that's certainly the space that we're in. We're needing to advocate for all of these arrangements. We're needing to advocate and work in partnership with people across the sectors, including leaders like yourselves, to achieve this, because the system on its own won't achieve the things that we need to. We have to be continually advocating, supporting, encouraging, and in times investing in the things that make a difference. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steve, very quickly, please.
Kia ora, thank you. One of the consequences of colonisation was the destruction of nature. Nowhere more starkly seen than in the Waikato, and rivers being a major sufferer under that. Do you think what environmentalists call the current government's war on nature is sort of aligned with the current attacks on Te Tiriti? Is it an accident that those things are happening at the same time?
Or I'm not sure if I want to shed blame just on one government. I think we probably have had a long period of taking nature for granted, and that the consequences of that taking things for granted will come to us in many different forms, and we see that in climate change and more extreme events and those types of things. But also the job for us isn't at one particular government in time, it's over successive governments. So for us, intergenerational enterprise involves intergenerational ways of thinking and doing things, and many of our systems are built on short-termism. So that's a continual challenge for us now and going into the future.
Thanks, Antoine. Look, kia ora koutou. Thank you. Kia ora koutou, sorry. Thank you all for being with us and providing your submission this afternoon. Now, we do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're going to now move to a submission from Lee Short. Lee has joined us online and is on screen. So, Lee, thank you for joining us. We have you for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation. Lee, you're on mute. Thank you.
Apologies. Maureen, good morning to the Chair and members of the Justice Committee. My name is Lee Short. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm submitting as a private citizen who's deeply worried about the direction in which our country is currently heading. I ask myself, what kind of country do I want to leave my grandchildren and their descendants? Many of you may well be considering this as well. Is it to be a modern liberal democracy grounded in universal human rights? Or is it a divided nation where authority is based on one's ancestral origins? I'd like to begin by thanking the ACT Party for giving the public the opportunity to express our views to the government on the principles of the treaty. This bill paves the way for debate, enabling citizens in this country who have never been asked for their views on the principles of the treaty. Everyone must have the right to determine the principles of which they wish to be governed. Surely this is a far healthier way to shape our future together. It should not rest in the hands of a select few. I believe our elected representatives in Parliament have been negligent in not defining the principles. They've left a vacuum into which several have entered, attempting to force their views of any mandate on the citizens. Having the Waitangi Tribunal, the courts, various government departments who are not democratically accountable to the people decide what the principles are is not good enough. Especially so as these decisions are influencing our constitutional framework, often threatening core democratic values and equality of citizenship. We need to debate and agree the principles under which we are to be governed. So I strongly support Principle 1. The Government of New Zealand has the full power to govern, and the Parliament has the full power to make laws. And they do so in the best interest of everyone in accordance with the rule of law and the maintenance of a free and democratic society. I support the principle of a single Parliament directly elected by the people. I also support Principle 3, the right to equality. Everyone is equal before the law and is entitled to equal protection and equal benefit of law without discrimination. Everyone is entitled to be equal enjoyment of the same fundamental human rights without discrimination. And I endorse Principle 3 for the following reasons. Equality before the law is essential. It's a cornerstone of human rights founded on the belief that every individual is entitled to fair treatment without discrimination. Furthermore, equality fosters social unity, playing a vital role in the development of a harmonious and just community. I do not support Principle 2 as proposed in the bill. The wording of Principle 2 proposes providing for different rights when they're specified in treaty settlements. This notion conflicts with Principle 1, democratic governance, and Principle 3, the right to equality, and a considerable number of treaty settlements that include co-governance and similar arrangements with iwi. Such provisions grant rights to iwi that are superior to those held by other New Zealand citizens. Co-governance models characterised by power sharing discriminate against other citizens by diminishing their democratic representation in the decision-making process. Moreover, with many settlements yet to be concluded, the possibility arises that the provisions in Principle 2 could end up thwarting the obligations specified in Principles 1 and 3. Because of the reasons outlined above, I recommend Principle 2 reverts to the original Act policy as outlined in the Coalition Agreement, and arguably the one the Act was elected to advance. This states the government will safeguard the authority of all citizens over their land and property. The treaty is recognised as a remarkably progressive agreement for its time. It began the journey towards universal human rights in New Zealand and allowed the nation to move forward, unified under a single government. Representatives of the British government made significant efforts to ensure that Maori understood what they were signing in 1840. Written records indicate the speeches delivered at Waitangi and later at Kohimarama in 1860 reflect this understanding. Te Reti o Waitangi signed by over 500 chiefs in 1840 and reaffirmed in Kohimarama in 1860 after extensive discussions involving 112 chiefs, explicitly acknowledged Crown sovereignty. For example, all 112 chiefs present at Kohimarama Conference unanimously pledged to do nothing inconsistent with their declared recognition of the Queen's sovereignty and of the union of two races. Some who oppose this bill would have you believe it sets out to change the wording of the treaty. This is untrue. The bill does not modify the treaty's text at all. On the other hand, in relatively recent times, there has been a deliberate intent by some to reinterpret the articles of the treaty, interpretations that alter the treaty's meaning. For instance, there is no mention of partnership in the treaty, nor is there any mention of principles. These are contemporary concepts that are undermining the very purpose of the treaty, which aim to create a unified nation founded on the principle of equality of citizenship. The discussion we should be having now concerns our fundamental rights based on a constitutional framework that has evolved from the treaty. We as the people living here now in New Zealand should refuse to be ruled from beyond the grave, to be required to follow an ancient, disputed and confused text. We must declare that we have freedom to decide for ourselves, for our time, that we are equal and live in a sovereign nation with one government, one democracy and undivided rights. I envisage a nation rooted in liberal democratic spirit that preserves equality of citizenship for all citizens, where we are governed by democratically elected representatives accountable to the people, accountable to all the people. I submit there is no promise in the future for a country based on ethnic division, where political rights are based on racial classification, where diverse policies and special rights based on ancestry erode the principles of a free and strong democratic society. Make no mistake, I support addressing treaty settlements to resolve historical injustices. However, since 2010, there's been an increasing trend to incorporate co-governance and similar arrangements into these settlements, without consulting, let alone seeking the consent of the people. While I support cultural and commercial redress for treaty breaches, I do not support settlements that are of a constitutional or political nature. It is essential we complete this process and put it behind us and move forward as a unified nation. A future divided into two sovereign entities based on ethnicity or race is not viable. There is no future in tribalism that would lead us back to a troubled past. Therefore, I submit that the three original Act Party principles: the New Zealand government has the right to govern New Zealand, the New Zealand government will protect all New Zealanders' authority over their land and their property, and all New Zealanders are equal under the law with the same rights and duties. I submit that these principles advance to a nationwide referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. We've got some time for a couple of quick questions. We'll go first from Steve Amell, then Hana Rafferty.
Kia ora. I wonder, I feel like I can speak for our demographic somewhat. We've had a lot of submitters who are in the category of older Pākehā men. And I just wonder if we are, in a sense, sort of victims of a failed education system that hasn't taught us our history, hasn't taught us about constitutional frameworks. And shouldn't we be celebrating that we have a whole younger generation that's actually taken on board deep principles of cohesion that are embodied in our founding agreement, rather than sort of deriding it and using the Hobson's Pledge talking points to undermine this sort of progress?
Well, I would put, Chair, I would put to the member that the people who are being educated today are being miseducated. The facts are there from the signing of the treaty and our history, but they're not taught that. They're taught a sanitised history that suits the Treaty Principles Bill, treaty principles. So I think that the younger people today are misled, and that's quite apparent when you look at some of the submitters today and before who are in our academia, because they certainly have an ideology that is wrong and is very much different than a unified society.
Okay, thank you, Lee. We'll go to Hana Rafferty, Maipī Clark. Last question.
Kia ora. You've stated in your submission that Queen Victoria was a firm sovereign during the treaty, the signing of Treaty of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. What's your personal opinion of her successor, King Charles, who stated we must not hold referendums and must not ignore Te Tiriti o Waitangi? What's your personal view?
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that view from King Charles, but I do know that Victoria was quite clear in her notes to Hobson about what should happen for the treaty. And so I'm pretty sure that the record will show that the Maori knew exactly what they were signing. And the records, the written records of that time show that as well. And they're extensive records.
Thank you, Hana Rafferty. Thank you, Lee. Thank you for your time for the committee this morning. We appreciate you being with us and speaking to your submission. All right, folks, we will now go to a submission from Heather. Heather, now, excuse me if I don't pronounce this name. Is it Kame?
Kame Fryer.
Kame Fryer. So Heather Kame Fryer is with us in person. I'd like to invite Heather to the table and you can introduce your colleagues when you begin, but we've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Would you like to introduce yourself? Dennis, this is my honey Dennis, and this is my stepson, Forrest. Kia ora. He tangata tiriti hau. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the terms and conditions of which my people settled in this country from England, Scotland, Ireland, and France. He hither came Fryer Taco Ingoa. I'm a 7th generation Pākehā New Zealander who grew up on Ngati land and now live on the land of Te Aotearoa. I'm speaking to this submission on behalf of myself, some of my whānau, some of my friends, and some of my colleagues, and a shout out to the crew that will be online. We collectively oppose the Treaty of Principles Bill and took all the other speakers that have opposed this ill-conceived waste of time, energy and resources. Our sympathies and solidarity go to all those who have been harmed by this particular process and those affected by the multiplicity of breaches of Te Tiriti that have occurred since 1840. We acknowledge the Crown officials that have worked on this bill and the thousands of New Zealanders that joined the hikoi and other activations to show their support for Te Tiriti. I went to my first Te Tiriti workshop when I was 16 years old and led my first Te Tiriti workshop when I was 19. I've been involved in issues of treaty and racial justice in different ways for the last 36 years. I've led hundreds of treaty workshops. As a scholar, I've published extensively on Te Tiriti application, institutional racism and anti-racism. I lead a consultancy specialising in this kaupapa and are adjunct professor at Te Hiringa Waka, Victoria University of Wellington. In this room, I see those, and through the hearings, I've heard some people that are incredibly well informed about he whakaputanga Te Tiriti and our colonial history. I've also heard from those that are willfully ignorant and propagate misinformation to advance a narrow political agenda. My kōrero is directed at the willful ignorant in and outside the room. Please indulge me in a brief history lesson. In 1835, he whakaputanga o te rangatiratanga no Tirini was drafted and gazetted by the British, recognising the absolute sovereignty and authority of hapu over this whenua. A treaty is negotiated between sovereign nations. Māori never ceded their sovereignty. Rather, in Te Tiriti o Waitangi, hapu agreed to enter a strategic relationship, granted the British limited kāwanatanga over non-Māori people. It reaffirmed tino rangatiratanga, hapu were granted the same rights and privileges British subjects, and there was agreement about cultural and religious freedom. Māori rangatira signed the Māori text. Under international legal doctrine of contra preferentum, the Māori text is the authoritative text. The Crown's continued and active promotion of the legitimacy of the English version alongside the English text is actively propagating misinformation. In my scholarly work, I've identified over 54 treaty principles devised by the Crown, the judiciary, government departments, royal commissions, etc. Historically, this has been useful for some in applying and understanding Te Tiriti. I'm optimistic that in 2025, most New Zealanders of voting age can read and understand a one-page document without the need of the assistance of principles. In 2014, in Y1040, the Waitangi Tribunal ruled that Ngāpuhi never ceded sovereignty. Hapu were only granted the British limited governorship rights over non-Māori. This bill has incited hate, discomfort and misinformation. For the Crown to attempt to redefine Te Tiriti is profoundly disingenuous, arrogant and disrespectful. Mātiki Mai articulates the aspirations of many Māori about how we can coexist and share this whenua. The debate we need to have as a nation is how can we honour and uphold Te Tiriti and prepare for the constitutional vision Matua, Moana, Jackson and others outlined in Mātiki Mai. I believe my ancestors came to this country in good faith. Yes, we became beneficiaries of colonisation and treaty breaches that transferred whenua out of Māori control, that supplanted tikanga and mātauranga Māori. For that, I take responsibility and I work to make amends. The facts of our treaty history are clear. The Māori text is the authoritative text. Māori never ceded sovereignty. To the willful ignorant in this room and outside of it, to quote my colleague Vincent O'Malley, read some bloody history. It's always the right time to critically reflect on one's behaviour, take responsibility for the harm caused, change one's behaviour and then do better. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a visionary document that doesn't deserve to be reimagined by the ACT Party and their allies. And Hannah, this one's for you. Oh, she's not there. Oh. Kia ora.
Thank you, Heather. Members, any questions for Dr. Kane? So we'll start with Simon Court and then Steve Over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really interesting submission and always interesting to get different views on New Zealand's history and where we are now. Now, just noting that your submission is on behalf of a number of people and organisations, including the New Zealand Society of Diversional and Recreational Therapists. And I'm just wondering, that organisation provides support for people I guess it looks like living in rest homes and who need therapies at a certain stage of their life or because of something that's happened in their lives. In that organisation's constitution, it says that the organisation will accept and honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi as the basis of a relationship between Māori and non-Māori. I'm wondering if you could describe how that works in practice when delivering diversional and recreational therapy education programs and in terms of NZQA qualifications required to do that. How does accepting and honouring Te Tiriti as the basis of a relationship between two races help your work?
Kia ora, Simon. I've not had the advantage of reading the constitution of that particular group that endorsed our submission. I've written extensively about how treaty application can be applied in the context of health practice. I'm happy to send you a copy of our book about that, kaupapa.
Right, but I mean they have signed your submission. They support it. I'm just wondering, does your submission, I mean, do you feel that a relationship between races is the right way to see Te Tiriti? Is that something that you would line up with?
Te Tiriti is a treaty negotiated between the hapu and the Crown.
Right. So it's not between iwi Māori and non-Māori, it's between iwi Māori, hapu and the Crown.
The signatories to Te Tiriti are the Crown and hapu.
Okay.
Certainly the Te Tiriti is applicable to a range of contexts and situations and relationships.
Great, that's very helpful to clarify that. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. We'll go to Steve for the last question of the session.
I wonder if you can speak to how meaningful it is as tangata tiriti to go on this journey of truly understanding our history, understanding the manaaki tana and the hosting nature of tangata whenua Māori, and how much of a privilege it is and a joy it is to be from Aotearoa, New Zealand, as a non-Māori New Zealander, and how that journey is a joyous one to go on, to encourage other tangata tiriti to go on it.
Oh, kia ora, Steve. I've been doing treaty work since I was a young person, and it's always been a grand adventure, and you meet the best people along the way, and it's great to go to sleep at night knowing like you're on the right side of history. So you meet great people, you learn lots, and it's being Pākehā for me is about being in relationship with tangata whenua and being connected to this whenua. As a 7th generation New Zealander, I'm a long way from Europe, but it's yeah, certainly it's a joy for me.
Thanks, Heather. Thanks, Steve. Well, that's the time for our session this morning. Can I just acknowledge your submission, Heather, and thank you, Forrest and Dennis, for being along and support as well. We appreciate you being with us in person as well.
Kia ora.
Right, we're going to move to our final submission of the morning session, and it's going to be from Donald Foster, and Donald is going to join us online. Morning, afternoon now, Donald. Thank you for joining us, and your friend as well. I'll hand over to you for the next 5 minutes for you to provide us with your oral submission.
Thank you. My name is Donald Foster. I support the bill. The main concerns outlined in my 14-page submission are these. New Zealand is currently transitioning away from a liberal democracy toward a regime where rights are determined by race. The justification for such transition is the ever-evolving claim, now 185 years after the event, of what was understood by the articles agreed by the parties to the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840. This evolved treaty is not the treaty signed off in 1840, the provisions of which and the Maori understanding of which were definitively set out by Sir Apirana Ngata in 1922. Professor Elizabeth Rata distinguishes the evolved treaty as the Principles Treaty in contrast to the Articles Treaty signed in 1840, and identifies 3 historical events that, more than others, facilitated divergence from the intent of the 1840 treaty articles, leading to a racially divided country and a group asserting co-governance rights. They were the 1985 Treaty of Waitangi Amendment Act, the 1987 Court of Appeals akin to a partnership statement, and the insertion of undefined principles into legislation from 1986. That is to say, Parliament abdicated its responsibility to make the law, and in the breach, the courts, the Waitangi Tribunal with 12 principles, public service, the Law Society with 13 principles, and many others had their contribution to what they thought the principles should be. This bill seeks to tie the principles of the treaty back to the original treaty articles, as they were widely understood by both Maori and non-Maori and verified by Sir Aparananata. And secondly, given the threat posed to our democracy and the divisive concern that's unsurprisingly ensuing, this bill, if passed, will by referendum allow the people to vote on restoring the treaty to its original intent and meaning. Today's battle goes far beyond historical grievance, and through political mismanagement and lack of public mandate on treaty developments, the evolved treaty has become a divisive and growing cancer, sapping at the energy of the nation's people, eroding its democratic traditions, and compromising its future prospects. New Zealand is now a multi-ethnic, multicultural country, and as we look to its future, with Maori bloodlines continuing to thin, it makes increasingly less sense to progress a rights by race regime. I know of no other country where rights by race is a winning formula. Look at the African countries or throughout history. Yet that is the path many of our politicians without public mandate are facilitating. As for the proposed principles, my submission supports Principle 1 and 3. The wording of Principle 2 creates conflict with Principle 3, which is explained in my submission. I support the wording first proposed by Act that the government will safeguard the authority of all citizens over their land and property. In conclusion, William Hobson shook the hand and said to each of the chiefs signing the treaty, "He iwi tahe tatoa," we are now one people, and the result for the best part of 185 years has been our liberal democracy. Let's treasure it as one people. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Probably got time for a single question from Hana Rafti, Michael Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. Do you think that it's a basic right for every child in this country to know their native language?
I don't think that's necessary. For those who want to, I think that that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all the time we have for questions this afternoon. Donald, thank you just on behalf of the committee for being with us and for providing your oral submission to support your written submission. The committee appreciates your time for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, that brings our morning session to a conclusion. 4.5 hours. So, sorry, we did jump off slightly prematurely there. I'll just encourage members to take the break and be back with us at 1 p.m. for the next submission from Felix Cheng. So we'll see you all then.
Got him, Mr. Chair.